Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Mirage to continue the Permadeath mode playthrough. So far, haven't desynchronized, which ends the game in this mode. We are hopefully going to be finishing the game in this stream, but it'll either be finishing it because I get through to the end and we can see the results for not desyncing, or we'll desync at some point before the end, and then that will end the playthrough there, because I'm not going to restart again and do another attempt. But we're getting closer and closer to the end of the game, and we have a main target to take care of, and then when that main target is taken care of, then we have the last stage of the game as well. So we're getting very, very close to the finish. Let's load up, continue. So we've been streaming this playthrough for 15 hours, 14 minutes and 43 seconds so far.
ينتظرني رفاقي عند مقر الحربية. صفي ذهنك يا باسم. ركز على المهمة التي أمامك.
الرياضيات المراجعة
يجب أن نتذكر
ويحك، سيسيعونك ضربا إن أمسكوا بك.
أيها المسافرون، هل خرجتم من البازار التو محملين بالبضائع الجديدة؟ ألا يشغلكم أمر عودتكم بها؟
ماذا بحق الله؟
تسرني رؤيتك.
تسرني رؤيتك.
ما المتاح؟
هكا ما في المخزون. الصناعة الأجود فحسب. جيد.
Alright, so the Initiative Alamut outfit is fully upgraded, so now that enemies hear 100% less noise emitted by Basm during assassinations.
أهذا كل شيء الآن؟
يجب أن أنصرف الآن.
لتصحبك السلامة.
Alright, we're going to put Basm into his Valhalla outfit for the rest of the playthrough.
أهلا ومرحبا.
سأتفقد البضاعة.
هناك الكثير من المخزون. لا تغادر المنزل دون بعضها. حسناً، هل تفكر في تطوير عتادك؟ تم البيع. هذا كل شيء؟
يجب أن أنصرف.
مع السلامة. ستجدون قيمة أكبر لفضتكم هنا.
تشرفت.
سرني لقاؤك.
هل يمكنك تحسين هذا؟
ألقي نظرة.
Alright, I like the sound of this. I never took advantage of this before. Potency. Target can no longer be awakened by other guards. Enraged targets die after the effect ends. Alright, so we've got the extra capacity. Let's have a look at effective range. We'll add that. The blue dot. Increase the damage. Corrode body, that's cool. Need 150 to unlock that though.
أرأيت ما يكفي؟
هل ابتكرت؟
هكما
We'll unlock the trap.
لا شيء آخر؟
Hang on.
هل لديك أي أدوات جديدة؟
تفضل.
Oh, it did activate it, cool. Do you want to leave it?
أهذا كل شيء؟
Don't know why it throws that message up.
ربما يمكنك تطبيق مهارات.
ألقي نظر. أرأيت ما يكفي؟
لن تود أن تنفذ منك. لا شيء. أي أخبار من الجنوب مؤخرا؟
ارحل الآن.
أخيراً أسير في العباس. سأضطر إلى تركك سريعاً. علي أخذ
أتريد الذهاب لرؤية
مهلا، ستموت الآن.
مع إقبال يومنا عندما انهار الجدار لم نكن قريبين مع سراقة.
مهلا، ما كان ذلك؟ قد يختبئ مجرم حقير هناك. ما مشكلته؟
من ال...
إن ذلك ليس حكيما.
إدارة بيت الحكمة؟
حنين اليوم كان مبتسما مثل غلام صغير لقد صارت عجلنا في الحلم. تعتقد والده وكان من المعتقد أنه لا يقتنع ثابت بتلك النظرية على
لا أقصد أنت اقتربت أكثر مما ينبغي.
يقع
عادت أم الخليفة عند الخصيان. رغبت لدرجة
صاحب الشرطة الحراسة حقا.
إنه مقزز جدا.
عن الأشياء حول البلدة ذكرتني. لقد وجدت خبازا جيدا حقا عند المصنوع من قطن الفوق.
مهلا، هل سألتك؟ أجل.
يبدو أن ذلك الطفل قد وضع نفسه في موقف صعب.
هي التي ستعطي. يا لجرأة ذلك الرجل.
انصرف.
العثور على بعض القصب الموجود هناك. هل هناك وحوش في القنوات حقا؟
الفتى متسلق جيد.
سأقفز إن اقتربت.
محدقا في ضفة خراسان لنهر دجلة. ذلك الكتاب الذي أعرتني إياه الشتاء الماضي الذي يتناول النظريات. سأحتاج إلى استعارته مجددا عما قريب. إن به فقرة عنه. في ذلك الساعة سأحتاج إلى إضافة بيت حكم صغير. لا أستطيع
اثنان أكثر ويكون بيننا اتفاق.
هيا حقا هناك
أيها الأبله اللعين، كف عن ذلك.
تفصل بينهم. ضغط علي حياتي الارتداء الأبيض.
إياك كف
إن
عن
كنت
ذلك.
تحتاج لا يجدر بي ارتداء كثير من الحرير.
أن نواصل الموت. تحلى ببعض الأمور كأن كل من تقابله في الشوارع
ما؟
هذه
تراجع. اغرب عن
سأذهب
وجهي.
للصيد مع جواد. إذا أردت الانضمام إلينا فأهلا وسهلا بك. إنه يدرب صقبا جميلا بالتجديد.
لابد أن لا أنسى، أحتاج إلى خيوط أكثر لترقيع معطف ولدي.
مسئل.
بخيال
كان هذا يعتني المحارب الحكيم هذا
أحب تناول ذلك مهلا.
لن يمسك بي أحد أبدا، إنني أصبر. انتبه، كنت ستؤذيني.
ما مشكلتك؟
حسنا، من الأفضل أن يتسنى لي قط.
يا أهالي بغداد، يحذرنا علماؤنا من أن الدلائل تشير إلى حدوث فيضان على ضفاف نهر دجلة هذا الموسم، لذا نرجو تأمين منازلكم والحصول على
أدعي أنني قاضي.
سلاما يا صاحبي.
أساعدك.
كنا في المتجر ولذا راح
تشرفت.
مرحبا. من
ترقبوا تلك القافلة من جند حمص في أي وقت عما قريب. لقد أخذوا عادل الأمين بباب الشام.
لا تغضبني.
استمعت.
لما لا يفعل؟ لحماية التجار.
أحد أعضاء الثعابين، علي تقصي الأمر.
تساءلت يوما عن التقدم في العمر. أعني
شقيقتي القدوم غدا.
ودع.
أخذت وقتا طويلا.
هل طال انتظارك يا معلمتي؟
إنني لا أنتظر الرجال. تبدو متعبا.
مغامرة صغيرة سوف تريحني. ما الأخبار؟
علي يرى أن الوقت مناسب للهجوم على القصر. العيون مشتتة والناس منقسمون.
كيف انقسموا؟
يزعم بعضهم أن الخليفة الجديد قد سلب عرش أبي عبد الله ابن المتوكل. ماذا تعرف عنه؟
القليل. لقد كان في القصر آنذاك في الليلة التي قضى أبوه، الليلة التي فتحت فيها ذلك الصندوق. أيتها المعلمة، هل عرفنا أي معلومات بشأن الغرض الذي بداخله؟
لما تسأل؟
يبدو من المخجل أننا لا نعرف إلا قليلا عن شيء يقدره التنظيم كثيرا. ألا ينبغي أن نسعى إلى معرفة أعدائنا أفضل للتغلب عليهم؟
مرحبا يا باسم، هل قطعت حديثكما؟
لا، يجب أن ننشغل بالمهمة الحالية.
بالتأكيد. أبو عبد الله أخبرتني رفقة أنك التقيت بأمه قبيحة.
بالفعل، أظنها قد تكون الأولى بين خصومنا، هي أو عريب المأمونية أو الوالي محمد. كان لدى ثلاثتهم روابط مع أعدائنا.
محمد بن طاهر يحكم أبناء عمومته الأرض التي تستقر فيها ألموت.
حمايتهم هي كل ما يحفظنا من أعدائنا.
سأقطع أرجل أعدائنا من تحتهم يا معلمتي. دعيني أهجم وأطرافهم دامية. سأكشف عنهم القناع وأعرف نياتهم.
باسم محق، لابد أن نتصرف بسرعة.
اذهب إلى المدينة المدورة وتحرى عن ثلاثتهم، ولا تتخذ أي خطوة، ووافني بالأخبار أعلى بيت ديوان الخاتم.
صاحب البطن الخاوية لا يسمع. إذا كان القوت هو ما تبحث عنه فعليك تفقد اللوحة.
أهلا ومرحبا.
إذا كنت تستطيع تحسين هذا.
تفضل.
شاعرة وسياسي ومحظية. سأعرف قريبا أيهم يرتدي القناع.
I think even if you know who the target is, you still have to do all the investigations.
فلان مكتشف الحقائق وجوابي عن كل سؤال.
بما أخدمك يا باسم؟
حدثني عن عريب. كانت عباراتها بمنزلة كتاب مقدس لأعضاء التنظيم.
نالت الأديبة والشاعرة الموهوبة عريب حريتها بمهارتها. يخبرني تبد أنها تمتلك منزلا فخما في المدينة المدورة. هل من شيء آخر؟
ماذا تعرف عن قبيحة؟ لقد كانت لديها روابط مع الخازنة.
ولدت قبيحة أمة ونشأت لتصبح محظية المتوكل المفضلة بين الحريم، لكن ابنها لم يتولى الخلافة، ما يترك مستقبلها غامضا. هل من شيء آخر؟
حدثني عن الوالي. لقد رأيته يصدر أوامر لوصيف التركي.
محمد واحد من الطاهريين، وهم نواب الخليفة الأقوياء في بلاد الفرس. إنه يتحكم في بغداد كلها من مقعده. هل من شيء آخر؟
أين نعثر على الذين نشك بهم؟
يعيش ثلاثتهم داخل حدود المدينة المدورة المجيدة، مركز قوة الخلافة العباسية. هل من شيء آخر؟
شكرا يا فولاذ.
شكرا.
أرجوك كف عن ذلك.
I like how we can't make that.
يقال إن هناك مئات من الحريم منعزلات ومحجوبات عن أبصار الرجال. قد يكون هذا المكان أشد سرية من ألمون.
يبدو أن الحريم بأكمله قد أصبح هادئا مؤخرا.
برأيك سيأتون في الموعد اليوم؟ كم تأخروا البارحة؟ ساعة؟
أتعرف كم تبقى من الوقت لدينا؟
أحتاج إلى مساعدتك.
أحتاج إلى مساعدة. لقد
يقال إنه لا يسمح لرجل بدخول الحريم ما لم يكن خصيا أو الخليفة نفسه، ولست أيهما، لذا قد يكون هذا الأمر مشوقا.
سأكون منتظرا.
لن يضرني أبدا البقاء متيقظا.
مهلا
مهلا. عندما أعثر عليك
أرني الطريق أمامنا.
قتلت بضعا منهم. إنهم محاربون شرسون وماهرون وكذلك. لا تفكر حتى في ذلك. واصل السير.
كان ذلك ردودا. سأضطر إلى اكتشاف طريقة أخرى للدخول.
يضمحل نفوذها ويتضاءل أتباعها مع الأيام.
قبيحة، امرأة عظيمة يا فرح.
كانت كذلك حينما كان المتوكل حياً، لكن ابنها لم يخلفه وقد أذن وقتها وولى.
عند انحسار المد أستنجرفين معه إلى البحر؟
لا أحب الانخراط في السياسة يا نسرين.
بحقك، نحن نعرف حقيقتك.
كفى، سيصل الخصيان الجدد في أي لحظة. استقبليهم عند البوابة يا ماكرة ولا تفسد الأمر. تعالي يا نسرين.
خدم جدد يعني وجوها جديدة داخل الحريم. زي الخصيان سيمكنني من الاندساس بينهم.
عد الذباب هو
ذلك الشخص يبدو مريبا. علي تقصي الأمر. ماذا ترى؟
إذا أردت الانضمام إلينا
زي خصيان مفصل حديثا. ممتاز.
كم سيستغرق هذا؟ لقد تأخرت.
أعدك لن يستغرق كثيرا يا سيدي.
يبدو لي جاهزا.
ماذا؟ أنت وقح.
لا تعالوا تعالوا.
إن الحسبة تكلفني ثروتين.
We need to get my mother. Negative. The T-1000's highest probability for success now will be to copy Sarah Connor and to wait for you to make contact with her. Great. But what happens to her? Typically, the subject being copied is terminated. Shit. Why didn't you tell me? We gotta go right now. Negative. She's not a mission priority. Fuck you. She's a priority to me. Thanks for redeeming that, Casper. Thought you might redeem a scene from a movie with Arnold for a change. Oh, nice. Thank you. Casper, is it going to be a short stream today? You don't have much time left. How much time do I have left, Casper? I didn't realize I had a time limit. Well, I'm going to keep on streaming till I finish the game or until I desync. Oh, yeah, you didn't. Yeah. But no, I don't have much left. That's for sure. But if it's a short stream, like just 2 hours, then, well, it won't be 2 hour stream. I'll just call it a stream day.
حان وقت الاستفادة من هذا الزي. ضيق بعض الشيء حول الصدر والبطن. سينجح هذا فيما أمر.
تمهل. هل أعرفك؟
لا أظن ذلك. إنه يومي الأول وأكره أن أتأخر. ماكرة، السلام عليكم.
أتعرفينه ماكرة؟
أنا.
ماذا؟ هل نسيتني بهذه السرعة؟
لا أنا آسفة، لقد مر وقت طويل.
لا بأس بذلك أيتها الحسناء. يسهل نسيان وجهي على عكس وجهك. فرح تنتظر وصولي. بيني وبينك إنها ترعبني. من فضلك لا تجعليني أتأخر عليها.
دعه يدخل يا عباس.
بارك الله فيك يا سيدتي.
حريم.
قل لي ماذا تفعل؟
ماكرة، كنت فقط
تقتحم حجرة قبيحة؟ أنت لست خصياً. ارحل الآن وإلا سأخبر نسرين، سأخبر فرح.
بما ستخبرينهن؟ أنك سمحت لي بالدخول هنا؟ لا يمكنني تخيل أن معرفة ذلك ستسرهن. أنت كهرمانة، صحيح؟ تلبين حاجات المحظيات كلها. متى كانت آخر مرة سألك شخص عما تحتاجين إليه؟ شخص لن يقيمك، شخص يمكنك نسيان أنه كان هنا من الأساس. لابد أن هناك ما تحتاجين إليه يا ماكرة، أو تريدينه.
هناك شيء. عباس الذي عند البوابة، إنه منجذب إلى فرح أم الولد ولا يلتفت إلي، لكن فرح تستعمل طلاء لتكبير عينيها، وإن أمكنني الحصول على بعض منه أظن أن عباس قد...
لا تكملي. لبيك وسعديك. أين يمكنني العثور على هذا الطلاء؟
في غرفة التخزين، لكن غير مسموح لأحد بدخولها سوى نسرين. فرح تأتمنها على كل شيء، حتى جرعتها السحرية.
لدى فرح جرعة سحرية؟
تحتفظ بها مع نسرين وتخبرها عندما تريد رشفة. إنها تجعل رائحة أنفاسها كريهة، ومع ذلك سأمنح أي شيء لأجربها بنفسي.
وسأحقق لك طلبك. وفي المقابل يا ماكرة، ماذا ستمنحينني؟
مفتاح تلك الحجرة.
طلاء للعين وجرعة سحرية. أمنياتك أوامر. طلاء للعين وجرعة سحرية. حقا؟ ما هذه الجرعة السحرية على أي حال؟ فهمت. مسكرات.
لما أحتاج إلى تعلم الجبر؟ لن أحتاج إليه أبدا.
Algebra. Ugh.
تساهم العيون الواسعة في تنكري. لا، ركز يا باسم، أنت بحاجة إلى ذلك المفتاح. حصلت على الطلاء والجرة لنحصل على ذلك المفتاح الآن. تفضلي.
أوه، شكراً لك. يقال إنني أصغر من أن أستخدم الطلاء والجرعات، لكنني كبيرة بما يكفي لمعرفة سبب استخدامها.
بالتأكيد لا. الآن أين المفتاح؟
يعرفن أكثر مني لأنهن قرأن جميعاً كتاب الحديقة وأسرارها. إنه عن الأحياء والجسد وأسراره. كتاب مشين. هل قرأته؟
لا.
تخفيه فرح في مهجع الخليفة. إنه على السطح وممنوع منعاً باتا.
ماكرة، لقد كان بيننا اتفاق.
أرجوك، لو أمكنك فقط الحصول على الكتاب وإحضاره إلى غرفتي. إنه في الركن الشرقي إلى اليسار.
حسناً، لكن حينئذ سآخذ المفتاح. طلاء، جرعة، الآن كتب خليعة. أردت التظاهر بأنني خادم، لا أن أكون بالفعل خادماً.
سيدي، هل أنت تائه؟
فلترقد بسلام. إنه مخدع يناسب خليفة.
Casper, after a no death challenge, they should add a no detection one. Oh yeah. Yeah, that would be interesting to do. Although, the thing about that is that if it's an automatic thing, then the problem is there's moments where you get detected through no fault of your own. That is unfair, that the game, if it automatically detected that you were detected and ended the game on you, would be extremely unfair. So yeah, I kind of prefer to do those challenges where it's like it's the player themselves that determines whether or not they were detected fairly. Like if you were detected because you jumped into an area where there was enemies looking at you, then that would be a fair detection. But if the game glitches out and causes your character to be detected, then I wouldn't count that. Whereas the game, if it automatically kept track of when you were detected or not, in that situation it would treat it as if you were detected fairly, which would not be fair, because then the game would end, you know.
الحديقة وأسرارها عنوان قليل الإثارة. أظن أن ذلك كان الغرض.
طموح أبي عبد الله لا حدود له.
لا يمكنه تصديق أنه سيستولي على العرش يا فرح.
هل قابلت أمه؟
عرضت الأمر على قسطة. لقد فهم المشكلة. قال إنه سيفكر
هاكي، استمتعي. أتمنى ألا تختلق أي مهام أخرى. أعتقد أعتقد أنني جعلت منها وحشا. الكتاب في غرفتك الآن.
إذن هل تبدو عيناي أكبر؟
ضخمة. ماكرة، أحتاج إلى المفتاح.
إن هذه الجرعة تمنحك ثقة في النفس. أشعر أنني أستطيع مواجهة العالم.
أجل، إنني على دراية بهذه الجرعة. كان بيننا اتفاق يا ماكرة. أعطيني المفتاح الآن.
مهلا، عليك إعادة الجرعة إلى نسرين. إذا اكتشفت فرح أنها مفقودة فستشتعل غضبا. حينئذ سأعطيك المفتاح، أقسم لك.
حسنا، اشربي بعض الماء عندما أذهب. هل لا تفعلين؟
إذا حذفنا ما على اليسار.
إنها المرة الأخيرة يا باسم. ضع حدا للأمر. عدت إلى مكانك. أعيدت الجرعة إلى مكانها. كل شيء على ما يرام. لنحصل الآن على ذلك المفتاح من ماكرة، ولو اضطررت إلى انتزاعه من يديها. انتهى الأمر. اكتفيت.
شكرا لك. هذا غريب. أعاني صداعا بعض الشيء. ما العمل الآن؟
ستعطيني المفتاح.
نعم صحيح.
ليس معك. أخائفة من قبيحة؟ ما الخط؟
لا، لقد أفل نجمها. يقول الجميع ذلك. لقد كنت أستمتع بوقتي. ها هو، تفضل.
أخيرا، لنعثر على أجوبة الآن. خريطة الخلافة وألموت. كتاب موقع لقصائد عريب. المحيط والصحارى والأفعوان والطير. دبوس شعر. نينج. متى حصلت قبيحة عليه؟ أتذكر هذا العطر. شممته في البازار، وربما داخل الحريم، لكن من كان يضعه؟ الغرفة على فخامتها فارغة. تبدو كأن أشياءها مفقودة، بما في ذلك قبيحة نفسها.
ما الذي حدث؟ لقد تسممت فرح. شيء في شرابها. رأيت نسرين تعطيه إياها.
ما هذا؟ ماذا ناولتها؟
إنها تشرب منه دائما، وطلبت مني أن أعطيها إياه. إنه غير ضار.
هذا غير ضار؟
غادر حالا، أعطني المفتاح.
ماذا حل بها؟
أنا لم يكن يجدر بك أن تعطيني تلك القنينة.
سأفتش الغرف. أنت تعالي معي.
أنا لم أفعل شيئا، لم أؤذيها.
ماذا فعلت؟
اهدأ، لن ينشغلوا بنا. سيهتمون بالكتاب الذي سيعثرون عليه في غرفة نسرين.
غرفة نسرين؟
الحديقة وأسرارها. ليس كتاباً خليعاً، بل دراسة للأعشاب الطبيعية وخصائصها الطبية والسامة والتجميلية. ست الحسن، عنب الثعلب المميت، تجعل العيون جميلة إذا تناولت جرعات صغيرة. مؤسف أنني أهدرتها كلها عليها. ماذا؟ لقد رأيتهما، فرح ونسرين، وهما تسممان آذان الجميع وتنشران الأكاذيب والشائعات بشأن سيدتي.
قبيحة.
ماتت واحدة ولحق العار بالأخرى. لن يسمعهما أحد الآن.
يا سعلاء، ماذا تكونين؟
مخلصة، أحمي عرش قبيحة في غيابها ممن يريد أن يحل محلها.
حجرتها خالية. لقد تخلت عنك يا ماكرة. إنك تخدمين سيدة خائنة.
سوف تعود من القصر عندما يزول الخطر.
كان عليك ألا تخبريني بذلك حقا.
لن يغير هذا شيئا. لن تعثر عليها أبدا. الآن أحسن التصرف. يوجد أطفال هنا. زي زي جميل بالمناسبة، يليق بك.
لا يمكنني فعل شيء لفرح، لكن إذا كانت قبيحة هي زعيمة التنظيم، ما زال بإمكاني حماية الذين لم تعذبهم بعد.
Yeah, so even if you know who the target is and you do their thing first, you still have to do the other investigations. I thought so.
الزميل البيزنطي الذكي ابن لوطا بالأمس.
ليست من عادتي أن أشكك في مصيري. لقد تجاهلت. يسرني أني لا أعمل في بيت القاضي رمضان. لست متأكدة من سيره.
يا لها من بيوت جميلة شتان بينها وبين أحياء الأنبار الفقيرة. كن عيني يا إنكيدو.
You think it would have given it to me when I was there. You know what I mean? Wonder if modders can actually change that. Change the radius from which you need to put that into for it to know that you've marked the right spot. Wonder if that can be changed. That's what I was hoping they would do. Because that's something that it would be good if it was in Origins and Odyssey with the use of the eagle, where you didn't have to get it pinpoint accurate. As long as you got it close enough, it should pop up for you. I was hoping that if they brought it back in Mirage, that they would actually make it so that you don't have to be pinpoint accurate, but they just basically kept it the same as it was in Origins and Odyssey. There's different layers. The first layer for me is I don't want eagle companions anymore in the game series for the rest of all time. The second layer is if you're going to put them in, at least make it that you don't have to be pinpoint accurate when you're actually using them to determine where you need to go. As long as you're close enough, it should pop up. But maybe I'm the only person in the world that wants it to be like that.
لنأمل أن تكون بالبيت.
Because often what I say falls on deaf ears.
لن تمنع عني ضيوفي. هذا منزلي.
وقد اشتريته بكرمي.
اشتريته بعبقريتي.
للعملات والمزايا والإهداءات الشخصية ستجد السيدة عريب في الحديقة بعد إنشادها. طاب يومك.
لابد أنك راعيها. تشرفت بلقائك يا سيدي. إن جاز لي أسعى إلى مقابلة شخصية مع الشاعرة.
حقا
لقد تأثرت بما يعجز الكلام عن وصفه بكلماتها. السماء والبحر منسجمان. لا أتمنى سوى التعبير عن خالص إعجابي.
كلمات جميلة بقدر كلماتها، وزائفة بالقدر نفسه.
كلانا يعرف القناع الذي ترتديه، أليس كذلك؟
قناع يا سيدي؟
كف عن مناداتي سيدي. أعرف ما أنت وأعرف سبب مجيئك. أظننتني لم أرك وأنت تتسلل في الظلال؟ إنها لم تعد طرفا في مؤامراتكم واجتماعاتكم السرية وأسمائكم المستعارة. خلصتها من كل ذلك. لقد وضعت حراسة على بابها ولازمها رجالي في إنشادها، ومزقت كل خطاباتكم أو أعدت إرسالها إلى أصحابها.
أعدت إرسالها؟
ستعثر عليها مكومة في ديوان البريد. احرقها، ادفنها، افعل ما بدا لك. اختنق بها إذا شئت فلن أبالي.
أسماء مستعارة غبية، اجتماعات سرية. ربما كان يظن الراعي أنني عضو في تنظيم القدماء. قد تكشف لي أكوام الخطابات في ديوان البريد ما هو أكثر. لنرى أي قناع ترتدين يا شاعرة.
تحلى ببعض الأدب أيها الأبلة.
أنت
جابت إحدى كلاب الشرطة جراء منذ قليل.
ديوان البريد. سأفعل كما تفعل عيون الخليفة. التدقيق في بريد الغرباء وتتبع المؤامرات.
كتاب جوامع
على رسلك. حانت نهايتك.
أجل ضربة جيدة.
ما هي مشكلتك؟
لابد أن هنا بريدا من كل ركن من أركان الخلافة. لنعثر الآن على بريد عريب. محبوبتي عريب، أشعارك قد لمست وجداني بعمق. إنك واحتي الخصبة يا للقرف. بعدما يتقطر العسل من شفتيها، يغادر الثعلب الحديقة ويتبع الفأر. مراسلات سرية بين التنظيم، شعر ركيك، قليل من الأمرين. قد تكون عريب هي الثعلب. تحدث الراعي عن إنشاد في الحدائق. يمكنني إعطاء عريب هذا الخطاب وأرى إلى أين ستقودني الثعلبة. يرجى العلم بتأخرك عن سداد 15 دينارا المستحقة، ويجب أن... لا، أبو عبد الله هو الخليفة الحقيقي وسيسترد عرشه المسلوب قريبا. سأترك هذا لعيون الخليفة. سأذهب إلى الحديقة وأعطي الثعلب خطابها وأتبعها حيث تذهب.
كالمحيط سيحلو بي متى عصف، واسمعك صحراء لهيبك مثل الماء حين يصفى. الدغ كأفعى إن كنت في صدري فستودع إبرتك. كن محيطا أو صحاري أفعوانا، طيرا إذا ما شئت أو ما كان، لا أكف العمر عن ضمك أنا. هل التقينا من قبل؟ تعال لا تخجل، نادرا ما أعض ولا أترك علامة. العامة لا يكفون عن اقتحام الحياة الخاصة. كيف عثرت على ذلك الخطاب؟ من حملك على هذا؟
إنني أعمل في الظلام لخدمة النور.
لقد التقيت بمن يخدمون النور، بهاؤه يعمي أبصارهم. هل معلموك متعثرون إلى هذا الحد؟
لقد أنذرتك أيها الوغد. تعال يا عريب، لن نجعل سيرتنا على كل لسان.
لسانك هو الذي لا يسكت نفسه حتى عندما أتوسل إليه بالصمت.
إنك تنبذين مشورة من رباك، ولولاه لم يكن لك أي شأن.
لقد أنشأت نفسي، ألفت نفسي، كتبت نفسي في صفحات التاريخ، وقد طردتك من صفحاتي، فانصرف الآن.
كيف أتركك لهؤلاء الذئاب؟ إنك امرأة بمفردها غير مسلحة.
الكلمات أسلحتي الكافية.
لنرى كيف ستدافع عنك إذن. خذوها.
يتعين على السيدة الذهاب إلى مكان ما وأنت تؤخرها.
بوسع الكلمات استدعاء الوقاية.
سنحتاج إلى إنهاء الأمر بسرعة.
لن يطول الأمر. أجل أجل، أليس هذا جميلا؟ النجدة سأقتلك. أوصف القاتل.
غادرت عريب إلى اجتماعها السري، يجب أن أسرع. الخطاب قد أمر الثعلب بمغادرة الحديقة واتباع الفأر. ربما لم أفقد أثر عريب بعد. ثمة فرد من الثعابين قريب.
حيوان أيها الحرس!
إلى أي مدى سيعود الثعلب بالفرار؟
كيف تسير بيننا؟ يا للعار! أيها الحرس! المجرم الوغد، استدعوا الحراس، تولوا أمر القدر.
ها هو فأر مطلي آخر.
أستذهب إلى سباق
فتاة آخر لأتبع. سئمت من هذه المطاردة.
Casper, you're so scared every time you're in open combat. Oh yeah, you were playing on the hardest mode too, so they would probably do a lot more damage to you per strike and stuff. Casper, in the palace, you chose to help the rebels and large groups of guards decided to attack you instead of them. Oh, damn. That's ridiculous.
أنا أظن أنني نسيت الخبز على النار.
ستبكي كالمرة السابقة.
إنه النظام. أيها الحرس، عاقبوا هذا الأحمق. استدعوا الحراس، إنه هو المطلوب للعدالة.
اتباع الفأر حقا؟
أحب الفئران. لما تأخرت؟
ماذا برأيك؟
ليس مجددا. اشكيه أمام محكمة المظالم.
لكنه لا يفكر إلا في سمعتي يا سارة. لتأمين النجاح لابد أن أكون مستساغة وألزم الصمت. إنه يخشى من غطرستي.
أنت مستحيل.
أكتب أن الحب جامح وحر، غير مقيد بأحكام أو قوانين. ألا ينبغي لي ممارسة ما أنشره؟
الممارسة تحقق الإتقان، لكنها تصنع الأعداء.
فليكن، لكنني سأختارهم: الحاشية، الخلفاء، الرعاة، الشركاء. رجال كثيرون حاولوا اختيار أعدائي وأصدقائي. يعلم الله أنني أسأت الاختيار في السابق.
لقد أخفى نفسه جيداً، والشعراء بحاجة إلى رعاة، حتى العظماء منهم كالثعلب.
حسناً، الخيارات أمامي.
جيد، أوقات عصيبة تنتظرك.
سأكون بخير. نجوت من 6 خلفاء، سأنجو من
6 آخرين.
لا تقلقي يا سارة، سأتودد إلى من أحتاج إليه، لكنني لن أتقيد مرة أخرى.
اجتماعات سرية، أسماء مستعارة، لا أثر للتنظيم هنا. ومع ذلك لديها ما تختاره من الرعاة. ربما رئيس التنظيم ليست عريبة نفسها، بل أحد معجبيها. سيكون الحراس أشد انتباها مما مضى.
The wanted posters was a nice touch. It's considered to be part of the return to the roots of the series, but it's more of an homage. And it's also annoying because you have certain YouTubers who also promote it as such, a return to roots, when it's not actually a return to roots. Because if it was a return to roots, we wouldn't be able to do this. If this was a return to roots, we wouldn't have an eagle companion. If this was a return to roots, we wouldn't have teleport assassinate. And that's something else that a lot of YouTubers keep promoting as well, as if it's a part of the series that makes it more like Assassin's Creed when it doesn't. What really annoys me is the misunderstanding and misinformation that gets promoted about these games by YouTubers related to the elements and things that are considered to be good things, which are actually not good things because they fly in the face of how things are supposed to work in the AC universe. Basim is fast, yes, but he can't teleport. Basim has the memories of Loki inside of him, yes, but he's not superhuman. Just like Aita, reborn as a sage, is not superhuman. DNA-wise, definitely has high concentrations of Isu DNA, but Isu were not magical beings, they were technological beings that created technology that to people from the past would be considered to be magic, but it's not. And so Basim is not some superhuman because he has Isu DNA inside of his body and he has memories of Loki. That doesn't give him superpowers. And the other excuse that they give is, oh, it's just the Animus glitching. It's like, no. Why would the Animus be glitching with that? Oh, because he's too fast. for the Animus to catch up. Really? So how come it wasn't glitching out when Altair and all the other characters before, how come they didn't make the Animus glitch as to how fast they're going? Assassins are quick, yes, but they're not superhuman. They use tactics to make it appear as if they're really quick, but they actually aren't. And so the assassin focus that they introduced in this is not returning to the roots of the series. It's not matching Basim and his physiology and his genetic makeup. And it's certainly not matching any internal universe Animus stuff. If you look at Assassin's Creed Unity, when you use the disguise, it's not the Animus glitching out and making it look like Arno is turning literally into someone else. It is a gameplay element for us as the player to know that the skill is actually working. It's a visual representation to the player to let them know Arno is now not recognizable. You know, in universe, Arno was just that good that he could sneak into areas like that. You know, that's the thing. But yeah, I'm just tired of the narrative that gets pushed by those who have more influence. Because that's the problem. The people who are the bigger influencers, their word gets taken over the actual truth of stuff. And that's why you have a lot of misinformation. Oh, Basim's superhuman because he's Loki, which means he can move really fast. And the Animus just can't keep up with his movements. It's just an excuse to justify having the assassin focus be a thing. I just think that there needs to be a bit more honesty in the AC community when it comes to those who have more influence than the lowly players who just play it, you know, who don't have massive, you know, follower counts hanging on their every word. Every video game has video game logic. Games that are trying to be realistic, they still have video game logic. But you need to know the difference between what is gameplay only and what is in-universe. And that's one of the problems with the AC series when it comes to people spreading misinformation. I mean, there's even people who still think that the Isu are actually aliens from another planet that came to Earth, which is bullshit and ridiculous. There's nothing that suggests that they're aliens. People might think that they're aliens, but just because a character in the universe of the story thinks something is one way doesn't mean it is. And that is the problem. Things that in universe people misunderstand are then misunderstood as if it's a thing that was intended lore-wise, you know what I mean? But it's not. They're not aliens from another planet. But sometimes video game logic has to win out over actual realism in video games. Because at the end of the day, you're still playing a video game. If you don't want video game logic at all, then watch a movie. But even then, movies have their own internal logic that gets followed as well. Hey there, Stan. But how will they get that delicious clickbait money from YouTube otherwise? Exactly. Yep. If they were honest about the information that they're going to actually be divulging, then they wouldn't need to resort to that. And that's the other thing too, you know, you have people, and I'm not the only one, you know, there's plenty of fans out there of Assassin's Creed who, they play all the games. They, you know, they don't just see it as a trend or a fad and then just, you know, drop it. You know, there's people who play these games and, you know, have a lot to say about the games that is actually in line with the proper lore of the series, but they get overlooked. Then you get these YouTubers who are like, and fair enough, like, I don't expect every fan of every franchise to play every single game every year, but don't make it some big major surprise that you've decided after 10 years to play an Assassin's Creed game again, you know? It's like, it doesn't matter what year you're playing a game in, you know? If you're playing a game that you loved in 2015, and it's 2050, you don't have to be like, well, I played this game in the current year. It's like, so? What has that got to do with anything? You know, unless it's because something has changed in how you feel about it, then that's a different thing. If you took a game from 2016 that you loved, and then you looked at it in 2025, and you're like, I don't really know what I liked about that. It doesn't really seem now to be as good as I thought. Then that's fine, because that's natural, organic evolution of time, you know. But it shouldn't be a marketing gimmick to use where it's like, I played this game in 2024. So I played it in 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014, 2013, 2012. You know, the game hasn't gotten to a point yet where I'm, you know, sick of it or I don't like it anymore. There are some games that I change my mind on, but it's only because I'm changing my mind naturally. It's not because I've been forced to, or someone famous said that I should, or, you know, someone with more influence said that I should. You know, it's a natural, organic process. And it's like if someone hates something you love, and you want to try and make them love something that you do, and they hate it, you may as well try to ice skate uphill. You're not going to get anywhere. Just let the person be, and maybe they might change their mind later on. Because they might be like, you know what? Actually, that person did have a point. This aspect is something that I didn't actually realize before. Now that I know and recognize it and analyze it, I don't think I, you know, think it's a good thing anymore. You know, that's fine. Hey there, Sheila. Welcome to you. I hope everything's going well. Things are going good. It is going on a bit of a rant. That doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things, but you know, it's just my thoughts on the Assassin's Creed franchise and those who have, you know, a lot of influence over the fan space. And it's not just YouTube, you know, it's other people on Twitch, or it's other people on whatever platform is able to host, you know, people and all that kind of stuff. There's just a lot of misinformation that gets posted about, and people just accept it as if it's true. And the irony of the Assassin's Creed, you know, is of course nothing is true, everything is permitted. And nothing is true is supposed to put you in a frame of mind where even if someone tells you that the sky is blue, go outside and check for yourself to see if it is. Don't just take their word for it. If I tell you that there's a snowman outside right now, don't just believe me because I told you. Go out and have a look and see for yourself. And if there isn't, then you know that it's not true. It's analyzing stuff and not taking it at face value and looking beyond the surface level and looking at the thing as a whole and then saying, is this something that I really feel is actually true? Or is this something that people are just spreading misinformation about because they want to get clout? Or they want to have influence? Or they want to say the right thing? Not the right thing as in it's the true right thing, but the right thing in order for them to gain the upper hand advantage that they want as well. Hey Mr. Goatee, welcome on in. You're playing something 19 years old today and still enjoy it today? Well, that's good, Mr. Goatee, that you still do. It's always good when you have something that you can enjoy, no matter how long it's been. And yeah, things might change, like graphics do get better. But that doesn't mean that every game that comes out has great graphics, you know what I mean? Like, someone can take something that someone has done and do it the same way, but it might not be the same quality, and it doesn't get as many people enjoying it as the other iteration did. You can't just copy things and then just expect those elements on their own to be what makes your thing popular or makes your thing enjoyed. Even thinking about picking up Dark Forces and Tomb Raider remakes, that's good, Mr. Goatee, you know, checking them out and seeing how they are and stuff. Going back to like talking about realism in video games versus video game logic, and how there are some instances where you need to ignore realism and go for gameplay logic, because one of the things that gameplay logic obviously affects is gameplay, and it affects the connection that the player has between what they're thinking, what they want to do with the controller, with what they want that controller input to do in the game, versus what they want to have happen. And if you're making the gameplay and the video game logic of that gameplay annoy the player who's trying to make something work that should work but doesn't work because the gameplay is not programmed to respond in that way, then you need to make sure that that is what you're fixing. For example, imagine a first-person shooter game where you run out of ammo, and as an enemy is coming up to you and you're reloading, the game won't let you shoot again until you've reloaded. Now, in real life, if you had to reload your weapon and an enemy was coming at you, it's not like the enemy will be polite and slow down to give you enough time to reload before they get to you. They will use that to their advantage and then kill you. But in a video game, you should be able to cancel out of the reload animation to make sure that you can start shooting again at the enemy who's just about to kill you. That's where realism gets thrown out the window in a good way, so that the gameplay of I want to just shoot the enemy can come into play. Just to use an example. I love realism in games, but not at the expense of video game logic. You know, like... It's also about setting priorities as well. If there's an enemy literally in front of you and there's an enemy too far away from you, and the player wants to make sure they don't die, which enemy do you think they want the priority to be? on which one of the two gets killed, the one who's right in front of them or the one that's far away. And there's some games where the game goes, oh, you want to attack the enemy far away, don't you? Even though there's an enemy right in front of you that's going to kill you. It's like, no, I want to kill the enemy that's directly in front of me that's about to kill me. Not the one that's far away that isn't a problem right now. Hey Afro, how's things going? The one on the other side of town. Yeah, Afro, that's the thing, right? Like, that's what everyone wants. They don't want to take care of the enemy that's about to kill them in front of them. They want to take care of the enemy that won't get to them for a little bit longer, that won't be able to kill them from where they are instead. That's priority.
إنه لا يزال مدينا لي. كم مرة على ذلك من أسابيع؟
كيف الحال؟
But yeah, originally what got me onto this whole thing in this stream was just talking about the what's the word I could use? The misrepresented marketing of this game, saying it's a return to roots when it's not. It's an homage because there's elements in it that are of the series past that are brought into it, like ripping wanted posters off the wall and things like that. Whereas an Eagle Companion is not an homage to the earlier games. It's a new element that was added in the later games that including it in this game is not.
حاكم المظالم قريبة. أخبرني درويش ذات مرة أنها حيث يرفع عامة الشعب شكواهم عندما لا تطبق العدالة.
There's not a return to roots, it's an homage, there's a difference. There's nothing wrong with having homages in something either, because, you know, they're cool references and things like that. But, and the thing that I see some people in YouTube comments and stuff say when someone says that it's not a return to roots, they're like, oh, what, do you want all the bugs and everything from the other games too? It's like, no, why? Just because you want to return to the roots of a series doesn't mean you want all the bad things that actually were breaking the game to be put back in. You know, that's absurd. Absolutely absurd. You still want gameplay improvements. You still want things that can be done better than they were before, you know. But there's certain elements of things that the earlier games had, which are good things that get taken out, that never get put back in, that should be put back in. And if this was a return to roots, we'd have manual jumping. Like, I could make Basim jump on the spot right here if I wanted to in the older games, but I can't now. And people might be like, well, what advantage does that give you? Well, there's several different advantages it can give you. Number one, if an enemy is swiping at your feet, you might be able to jump and dodge it. Number two, you might want to grab onto something that is above the character's head without having to have the character literally climb the building near it. For example, if I wanted Basim to... Don't know if I can find something in the game. Like this thing here. Like... Like, see this thing here, this rope? Now, in the older games, if you wanted the character to just stand on the spot and then jump up and grab, manual jump, boom, they'd grab. Then there's also when you're actually running through the game environment. you can further increase how fast your character's going through the environment by using the manual jump as you're running to jump to something that's on the ground, whether it's like a box, a crate, or something like that. You know, these are things that the manual jump lets you do that has not been in the series since Unity, which should be brought back.
قال والدي ذات مرة: لتعرف معدن رجل اسأل أولئك الذين يعملون تحت إمرته. لابد أن هؤلاء القضاة يعرفون الوالي أفضل من سواهم.
Is it something that every player will use? No. But should the people who do use it get punished by having it taken out to appease the people who don't use it? Therefore, if they don't use it, but other people want to use it, why should the people who want to use it be punished? You know what I mean? Like, I've used this example before. If I sell ice cream and I sell strawberry and chocolate ice cream, if someone came into my shop and said, I hate strawberry ice cream, and then 10 people came in and said, I love chocolate ice cream, should I be like, well, one person said they don't like strawberry ice cream, so I need to make sure that I don't, sell strawberry ice cream. And then the people who do like strawberry were like, well, how come we can't buy strawberry ice cream anymore? Well, one person said they didn't like it. So what did they like instead? They like chocolate. Well, you still sell chocolate, don't you? Yeah, but that's because there's people who actually do like it. It would be nonsense. You're losing business because there's people that do like strawberry ice cream, and you're losing business from those people because you're taking strawberry ice cream off the list as something that's available. Why should something that's optional, that people don't have to do, get taken out to appease those people when it's optional? You don't have to do it. The game doesn't force you to do it.
أساء فهم الكتاب المقدس تماما.
كان أوضح ما رأيت من الأحكام الخاطئة على الإطلاق.
It's an option. I don't understand that thinking.
يتبادل الرجل القيل والقال بوقاحة كأي تاجر في السوق.
لم يسبق أن كانت الأمور هادئة على حدودنا قط.
I had run for 3 years, 2 months, 14 days and 16 hours. Quiet, quiet. He's gotta say something. I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go home now. Thanks for redeeming that, Casper, from Forrest Gump. Interrogate the judge.
معا نرى كل شيء يا سامحني يا إنكيدو، قصرت في حذري.
لا أستنكر الرشوة من حين لآخر، لكن أن تتباهى بما جنيت على الملأ.
ماذا؟
لما يضعونني هنا دائما؟
ما الذي سأقضي عليه؟
أمام إنكيدو الآن طريق آمن.
إليك أيها الكلب! أسرع! أسرع!
أنت مهلا على رسلك.
I love the contrived way in which they want you to use a throwing knife, not your sword. Absolutely contrived gameplay. Hey there, John. Welcome on in. Yeah, I wanted to have the Arabic language because when I found out that it was actually something you could switch to, because there's games in the series that allow you to change it to the spoken language to match where the game's actually set in. Like in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, being set in Italy, you can have the Italian language as the spoken language, and in Assassin's Creed Unity, which is set in France, you can have the French language. When they announced that they were doing the Arabic language for Mirage, it's been something I wanted to do for a while, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to do it while I was doing this Permadeath playthrough. Hey there, Gamer Loop. I'm doing really good, thank you. How about yourself?
أرشدني يا إنكيدو.
لكن يبدو أن أي شخص يرتدي جوارب
لا أتذكر رؤية.
تحياتي يا سيدي. أود أن أطرح عليك بعض الأسئلة عن الوالي محمد بن طاهر.
لا أتقاضى أجرا لأجيب عن الأسئلة، فلتجعل هذا جديرا بوقتي. خلاف ذلك،
أتقبل هذه العملة كعربون تقدير من رجل متواضع؟
أقبل كبداية.
أسعى للعدالة وليس إلى عرقلتها. إليك أموالك. الآن ماذا تعرف عن الوالي؟
إنه مهاب موقر يكرس نفسه لسيادة القانون والنظام.
ذلك كل ما تعرفه؟ إنك تعمل هنا لمحمد بن طاهر حجرة في المحاكم.
في محاكم الشرطة وليس المظالم، لكن له جواسيس هنا بالفعل. يهرول أحدهم إلى حجرته ظهيرة كل يوم.
John, understood. Sorry, Josh. Sorry, Josh. Sorry for calling you John instead of Josh. Josh, understood. You're disappointed they took the double assassination out of the game. Yeah, I don't mind the chain assassinate for long distance enemies that you want to take care of, like you kill one and then chain assassinate someone from a distance. But when you actually have two targets right next to each other, you should be able to do a double assassination, and even without having two hidden blades, because that happens in Assassin's Creed Unity and Syndicate. You can do double assassinations without the character having two hidden blades. So that's something that I think that they should bring back. I mean, keep the chain assassinate for long distance targets away from your current close target, but when there's two close together, it should be double assassination.
يمكن لذلك الرسول أن يرشدني إلى حجرة الوالي والأسرار التي يواريها هناك.
This is very annoying because if you mess up, you have to redo it. If he notices you, then you have to try again. Gamer Luke, going really good. Exams going on, but they're going really good, so everything's all good there. Excellent, Gamer Luke. That's great to hear. I hope that the exams haven't been too stressful. And I hope that you get the results that you're after as well. Hey Carbon, good morning / evening. I'm doing good today, Carbon, thank you. Having a good Wednesday, how about you? Exactly, Josh. Yeah, they really should have put both double assassinate and chain assassinate. Because it's still in line with what an assassin, could do in real life, so to speak. That kind of logic where they kill an enemy that's right in front of them and then throw a knife at another enemy in a combo sort of situation. But at the same time, should be able to take care of 2 targets in one.
جيد. الآن ابقى حيث أراك. حسناً.
Casper, you have to leave soon. You'll be back in a few hours, but you will have ended the stream by then. That's okay, Casper. There's no trouble at all. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. I'll grab that before you go. Okay, so I've got one. Can you tell me what this is about? Yeah, a guy I trusted for years wants me dead. That's understandable. I've only known you 5 minutes and I'd want you dead too. Out. Come, hurry up. Listen, if you're in a hurry, I'm almost through with you. Listen to me. My daughter has been kidnapped. He's the only chance I've got of finding her. If he sees me, or I lose him, he'll kill her. What I need you to do is follow him. Tell him you're crazy about him. Try to bring him over here. I will do the rest, and you can go back to your normal life. Got it? No, please, help me. You're the only chance I've got. She has less than 10 hours left. Don't you understand? They're gonna kill her. Okay, alright, I'll help you. And that's from Commando. Sheila, the assassin focus in this game is what you dislike the most. It's a teleport button. It really is, Sheila, and that's something that I also talked about too earlier when I was talking about how it seems to be something that people think is because of Basim and his connection with Loki. You know what I mean? They think that he's superhuman. And the problem with that then is that it creates misinformation. And unfortunately, there's some YouTubers out there who have a lot of influence who spout that misinformation as well. Carbon, you haven't slept much, but you're okay. You will survive. This evening, you will just collapse in bed after dinner. That's totally understandable as well, you know. I hope you enjoy your dinner, Carbon, as well. And that you get some really good sleep too. You're playing a bit of AC Syndicate off stream. You've never played it before. Oh, nice. That's cool. That's good that you're giving it a shot, that you're playing through it as well. So what do you think of it so far, and what part are you up to at the moment?
أمرك يا سيدي. لا شأن لك هنا.
مكانك. هل أنت مبسوط؟
لطالما حذرني درويش من أنني سأساق إلى الشرطة. من كان يظن أنني سأسير إليهم بإرادتي.
التي غضب فيها الأمير على صاحب الشرطة أحدهما كان سيموت حتما. صار ميت.
انصرف.
Shilla, being a sage only gives you memories and knowledge, nothing more. Exactly, Shilla. Yeah. Like, all the sages that have been in the series, they're not superhuman. And the Isu were not superhuman either. You know, they were using technology, which to primitive races would be considered to be magic, but it's not. Carbon, you're at the very beginning. You've reconquered the Whitechapel district, and now you're getting some experience in the sense of getting used to the game. That enemy has good eyesight. In the sense of getting used to the game mechanics before continuing the story, since the first time you tried, you've been beaten up like a boxing bag. You've reconquered another district while getting used to the game. That's definitely a good way to play it, Carbon, and you get used to the game world and all that kind of stuff. One of my favorite activities in that game that you'll get to eventually is fight clubs. Yeah, the game, the Assassin's Creed Syndicate, it's one of those games where there's things in it that I don't like, but overall, it's a game that I do enjoy replaying, and I've definitely got a lot out of it in terms of like challenge playthroughs too, you know, different things, because having two separate characters can really open up a lot of possibilities with challenges where you can have one set of rules for Jacob and then another set of rules for Evie. You know, I did a playthrough one time where there were 3 sets of rules. One set was for both, one was for Evie, and one was for Jacob. And I had to make sure that I was adhering to all those challenge rules as well, with both characters, but also individually. Also, Shilly, you wish they'd focus more on the assassins and not only the Isu like they did in Odyssey and Valhalla. You hate it when people call the Isu aliens. They're just another race, and the pieces of Eden aren't magic. It's just technology. Me too, Schiller. You know, it's something that recently, and I don't like to name, you know, channels and stuff, because there's also channels that it might just have been a one-off thing, you know, so I don't want to say that in general they're like this, but I have seen some YouTubers who have chat referring to the Isu as aliens, and no one corrected them on it. or if they did, they were ignored, you know, so that's how misinformation is allowed to breathe. People ignoring the people trying to, you know, give the right information.
يمكنكم شراء فروع شجيرات من البازار لإحراقها في منازلكم لحمايتكم من الصقيع المقبل.
Hey, Seni. Thank you so very much for the 49 months in a row of subscribing. Thank you very much, dude. I really do appreciate it. That's awesome. Where does the time go, hey? Thank you so very much for that. And good day to you as well, dude.
مت أيها اللعنة عليك أسرع لا بد من الحاق به لن تركض جيدا حالما أطلع عينيك من سأقرع الجرس
ركز يا باسم
أيوه إلى متى ستظل في يا ميت؟ الآن تدفع الثمن. لا أنت
Carbon, cool idea. You might try it as well. Any challenge suggestions? Yeah, so the way that they've done it is Evie is more stealth focused and Jacob is more combat focused. You can increase Jacob's stealth stats if you want to, but Evie's by default are higher than his are. So one challenge that you can do is when it comes to Evie, not allow her to unlock any stealth-related skills in the skill tree. And with Jacob, not allow him to unlock any combat skills in the skill tree. And so what that kind of does is it makes it so that you can't be OP with Evie with the stealth, and you can't be OP with Jacob with the combat as well. I mean, that's one thing you can do. You can also make it that you don't get any abilities at all. Like you might have to early on, but once you actually apply for one, and you can choose which one you want to be out of the ones available that is the least advantage, you know, and apply that. And then when it comes to killing enemies in combat, it's obviously a different story, because if you have weak weapons and not good abilities, it's easier for the enemies to kill you and overwhelm you in combat. But it doesn't matter how high level the enemies are. If you sneak up to them, it's a one-hit kill with a hidden blade. So there's a few different things that you can do with challenges with Syndicate. I also did a knife throwing challenge, like a knives only challenge with Syndicate as well, and that was quite fun. I didn't restrict myself with, you know, abilities related to throwing knives and how much you can carry and all that kind of stuff. So I didn't limit myself in that respect, but it was still fun to do. So yeah, there's a couple of different challenge playthroughs you could do for Syndicate.
مهلا فلتلقى ربك
Oh.
على يدي جبان الرادين
كف عن ذلك.
Yeah, Carbon. Yeah, it's crazy to think, huh? It's more than 4 years. That's true. Yeah, when you convert it to how many years worth that is. Good time be flying. Kind of wish it was right now because you're sick again. Or you swear seeing your family leaves you with an 80% chance to get sick. Oh, sorry to hear about that, dude. I really hope that you get better soon. That is just, like the things about being sick that are unrelated to how annoying it can be. But then you add on the things that can be annoying as well on top of that. So yeah, I really hope that you don't have it for long. That you can get to 100% really soon, dude. That'd be so damn annoying. The challenge is going good. Yeah. Yeah, we're up to this mission now. And I didn't get spotted by the target that we had to tail, so that was good. Because I wasn't sure how that would go, but as long as you stay back a bit and you don't go out in the open too much, it's not too bad to not be detected by him. Josh, this Assassin's Creed reminds you of Prince of Persia. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Prince of Persia. The first game in the series that I played was actually it was the original story, like the original game, but it was done for the Super Nintendo. That was the first Prince of Persia game I played. And it was just one of those situations where once I became a fan of that, it's something that I continue to be a fan of throughout the years. And obviously with Assassin's Creed being born out of what was originally a Prince of Persia title, but then they changed it to its own IP, and that was what Assassin's Creed became. Naturally, it would be a series that I would also enjoy. Same with Tomb Raider and Uncharted as well. That's okay, Crooked. Absolutely no worries at all. Yeah, hopefully it does pass soon.
جرب ذلك مجددا. غياهب النسيان مصيرك. قزم ضعيف.
مقتله بالله ألا هدأ.
أنا سمعت حركة مألوفة. أهوى التمثيل بالقتلى. وجه ضربة أقوى.
لا أريد ماذا؟ ماذا؟
انزف. لن نكذب. إنك هارك. سوف تقاسي.
سأذهب للصيد مع جواد.
Yeah, Josh, that's true. Yeah, Daggerfire. Sheila, you still have to try this mode yourself, but from what you saw so far, you hope they add it to future games as well. That would be good. That would be good. I hope they do too. It was crooked. Yeah, it was very, very close. That could have ended things right there.
هل عاد الوالي؟ لست واثقا، فأنا لم أره يصعد.
ماذا؟ مت.
كلمات طيبة للرسول الذين هربوا من أسيادهم وتركوا واجبهم. تسعى العثور وراء الأخبار عن أولئك الذين
ماذا؟ ستموت الآن.
إذا لم يكن مجرمو أبي عبد الله هم الذين يشيعون الفوضى فهم المتمردون.
هذا ما يمكننا فعله.
ما سببه؟
عاصفة رملية. ماذا يجري؟
ضعيف. رأسك جميل حين يوضع على رمح.
أترتعد أوصال؟
أجل ضرب.
إلى أين الموت؟
ما الذي يحدث؟
لا. من أين أتى كل هذا الغبار؟ اللعنة.
Carvin, the sword you have looks pretty cool. Yeah, that is the sword that the game gives you at the start. I haven't actually changed it to something else. It's the Initiate of Alamut sword. But I've got it fully upgraded now too, so after a successful parry, next attack deals 50 plus 50% damage. Josh, do they have the whistle in this game? They do. Yeah, they brought that back. And it's funny because when you whistle, like if you whistle and there's two enemies close together, only one will actually go and investigate. The other one will hang behind. They don't do the thing in the other games where both will come at you. But still, it can definitely mean that you'll still be spotted by the second character, second enemy.
حجرة محمد بن طاهر أخيرا. يتعهد أبو عبد الله بالولاء للخليفة وأنه لن يسعى للحصول على العرش. رجل يتلاعب بالأقوياء ويسعى للقضاء على المستترين في ألموت. رأيت ما يكفي. كان الوالي يقتفي أثر المتمردين والمستترين.
Yeah, sure, Josh. So the sword that I've got is the Initiate of Alamut sword. That's the one that I've got equipped. But some of the other ones that I have is the Sand sword, the Zanj uprising sword, and the Abbasid Knight Sword. And the dagger that I have equipped is the Initiate of Alamut dagger. The Hidden One dagger. The Dagger of Time. Time is an ocean in a storm. And the Abbasid Night Dagger. And in terms of tools that I've unlocked, I've got the Blow Dart, the Smoke Bomb, and the Trap, and the throwing knives you get early on. That's okay, Josh, no worries at all.
المحيط والصحارى والأفعوان والطير. يبدو أنه محب لعريبة الشاعرة.
أخبر أسيادك أني صنعت نسخا. مزق الورقة وانحر عنقي، سيبقى اتفاقنا.
أسيادي؟
العصابة المقنعة، تنظيم لا أكترث. ألست في خدمتهم؟
ألست أنت في خدمتهم؟
إنني في خدمة الخلافة، في خدمة الله، وأفعل ذلك دون إخفاء وجهي. والآن اسمح لي.
لما كنت تصدر أوامر لوصيف التركي عضو التنظيم؟
كان الغاشم يثير ألف متمرد. من حسن الحظ أن أحدا أزح عني عناء القضاء عليه. سمعت أنه مستتر. هل أنت من يجب علي شكره؟
قرأت رسائلك. أجبرت أقاربك على رفع حمايتهم عن ألموت. لقد بعتنا إلى الأعداء.
واشتريت السلام لبغداد. لقد وصلت بنفسك إلى عقد الشراء.
يمين ولاء أبي عبد الله؟ ما علاقته بالأمر؟
كان طموحه تمزيق الخلافة. عرضت ألموت على التنظيم، فأكدوا أنه لن يمثل أي تهديد بعد الآن.
إذن لتمسك بثعلب أطلقت ذئبا؟ سيشعل التنظيم النيران ببغداد أيها الوالي. سيدينك التاريخ لما فعلت.
فليشنقني التاريخ لذلك. سأرحل عن هذا العالم وأنا أعلم أن هناك شجاعة في المساومة.
وهناك جبن أيضا.
كم عمرك؟ 20؟ كنت في مثل سنك عندما أتيت إلى هذه المدينة، صالحا فوق كل الشبهات.
ماذا جرى؟
كبرت. إذا أردت حقا أن تحمي ألموت، وجه ذلك النصل إلى أعدائك.
أخبرني باسمه، ذلك الشخص الذي توسط لعقد الاتفاق.
يمكنني فعل ذلك، لكن إذا أخفقت سأموت، وأنا لا أفضل ذلك. والآن علي إنجاز بعض الأمور، لا ضغائن بيننا. يا حراس!
ينتهي اليوم إذن بهروبي من الشرطة
بسرعة إلى الوالي.
ماذا كان ذلك؟
جاء الصوت.
سأخرج طلب.
كان ذلك
چرا حواستو جمع نمی کنی؟
أنت
لا يصح ذلك.
ما حق فتياني اليوم؟
مع أو ضد، الوالي محمد ليس صديقا للمستترين. رأيت ما يكفي من الثلاثة الذين أشك بهم. حان الوقت لأطلب مشورة روشان وأنهي الأمر إلى الأبد.
مهلا مهلا.
ها، انتبه، كنت ستؤذيني أيها السيد.
عليك اللعنة. راقب سيدي.
لقد رأيته.
أنت معي.
الأفضل التواري عن الأنظار.
أبسط بكثير.
لست موضع ترحيب هنا. ارحل.
أيها الحراس.
أتظن ذلك؟
تبا علي الهرب.
لكن تلك العدسات قد قطعت.
تشابه ضعيف.
أنجبت إحدى كلاب الشرطة جراء.
لا أحاول شراء الحجر بأكل.
لا أدري ما إن كان لدينا ما يكفي.
سيتعامل الحارس معك.
أنت اذبح جماحك.
أنت كف عن ذلك.
تعتقد أنه أراد منا عكس النسبة؟ الذي يحدث؟
الجدار في الشماسية. حسنا. هل يخدعني؟
ذلك الشخص يبدو مريبا. علي تقصي الأمر.
لا يوجد الكثير. طب لا شيء. دائما تسرني. أفضل.
لنرى ما المتاح.
هاك ما لد. أدوات العمل. جيد سيدي. هل ستحسن عتادك؟ شكراً على تفضيلك. ودع.
أتوق إلى أنهاء خدمتي هنا. سأذهب إلى خندق الراهب وأصطاد السمك بالريح. يستحسن صيادها من نهر دجلة قبل أن يصبح طعامها كالمدار.
هذا ليس صحيح. ذلك بخير.
باسم، هل تحققت من الثلاثة الذين تشك بهم؟ إذا لم تفعل فعملك لم يكتمل. يبدو أنك حسمت أمرك يا باسم. إلى ما وصلت؟
عريب بريئة، لكن الوالي ليس كذلك. عقد اتفاقا مع التنظيم ورفع حماية أقاربه عن ألموت.
تبا، ما خشيناه تماما. لقد تجردنا أمام أعدائنا.
أجل، يتخلى أبو عبد الله في المقابل عن مطالبته بالعرش. يتنازل عن تاجه بما يلائم التنظيم الذي يعمل بقيادة
والدته. قبيحة هي رأس الأفعى. أين هي الآن؟
هربت إلى القصر. إذا تصرفنا الآن سنتمكن من تخليص ألموت. أعطيني الريشة أيتها المعلمة.
ستتلقى قبيحة العدالة الناجزة، وأنا التي سأوصلها إليها.
ماذا تقولين؟
نحتاج إلى يد مخضرمة. آخر مرة دخلت قصراً تركته فوضى، وهذه صيغة لطيفة.
ألم أثبت جدارتي منذ ذلك الوقت؟ يا معلمتي، لقد اكتسبت الحق.
اكتسبت ماذا؟ الحق في القتل؟
لا، ليس ذلك ما...
إن صفعة من أحدنا هي صفعة لنا جميعاً. أم يأبى غرورك إلا أن ينال الفضل؟
لست مغرورا يا معلمتي، إنه الواجب. تعهدت بأن أهجر حياتي وأسير متخفيا في الظلال وأخدم النور. وأعتزم ذلك.
قبيحة أخطر من تابعيها. اهجم سريعا وأنهي الأمر، لا تتردد.
يا للصعوبة، من تكون لتبعدك عن قبيحة أو لتخبرك متى تهجم؟
معلمتي ومرشدتي، لولاها لما كنت إلا جثة في شوارع الأنبار. أتتلصصين علي الآن؟
دائما ستكتم أسئلتك إذن وتهاجم أعداءها وتلبي دون تذمر، وتقضي حياتك يطاردك جني في سقيفة كنت تأمل الهرب منها. تعرف أين تجدني حين ينتهي واجبك.
هناك الكثير ممن ماتوا أو اختفوا، وكل أثر دموي يؤدي إليك. البهموت آخر قناع يجب كشفه. سلطت وصيف على المتمردين، أطلقت العنان للغول، بعت تاج ابنك للاستيلاء على ألموت. ومن أجل ماذا؟ بعض عملات لا تساوي شيئا لعصر منسي. مهما يكن سأراك في القصر وسأقطع رأس الأفعى.
لكن
There we go. Just wanted to get a shot so I can use that as a thumbnail for the YouTube export. Josh, do you have any different outfits? Yeah.
القوة يا رب. أيها الحارس، القاتل طليق، القاتل هنا. ماذا حدث لمدينتنا؟
أيها الناس، اسمعوني جيدا. أتخشون مرض أطفالكم؟ أتحملون هم راحتهم؟ يناشدكم بالقوم العمالقة.
Wanted poster, where are you? There's one. But yeah, got different costumes, outfits, I mean. I'll showcase them. Yes, that's taken care of. So you got outfits and you got costumes. So costumes change the appearance, whereas these are the ones that you choose if you want the stats for them. So I've got the Initiate Alamut outfit, fully upgraded. There's the Sand outfit. The Zanj Uprising. Abbasid Knight outfit. The Hidden One outfit. And then the Initiate of Alamut costume. Ezio Revelations costume. The Basim Valhalla costume. The Prince of Persia costume, which is just essentially the outfit with the stats related to it, but also this is the appearance of it. The Dahabi Initiate of Alamut. The Dababi Master Assassin costume. The Roshan Dahabi costume. The Rayhan Dahabi costume. And then the Zanj Uprising Abbasid Knight. White Patient robe. This is one that I got during a mission. Master Assassin costume. The Hidden One costume. And the Eunuch tunic as well that we got on a mission. Hey Rigged Reality, the did your boy Jacob Fry dirty, where is his costume? Yeah, that's the thing. It'd be cool to see other outfits from the other assassins in the series to be in. But then I guess like console wise we're definitely restricted, but PC version wise with modders they could definitely put any outfit from the games, from any of the games into all the games. Yeah, Josh, they really are. Yeah, I still need to get the Altair costume. I don't know if I have enough points for Ubisoft Connect to get it, but
يبدو أن عليا قد قرر مهاجمة القصر في النهاية. قد يصرف متمردوه عني انتباه الحراس.
أتظن أنك ستساعدنا في تخاطي البوابات؟ إنها موصدة بقضبان من الداخل.
تبدون مستعدين لخوض القتال. سأرى ما يمكنني فعله.
تخلصنا من الصف الأول كله.
لابد أن أكون سريعا وهادئا. ستكون قبيحة متأهبة.
قد ضاعت مهنته.
ماذا يجري؟
تصيرك الموت. لن نكذب. استغل أفضليتنا. سوف تقاسي.
ساعديني أيتها الفاضل. وين الخطوات؟
كفر عن ذنوبك. جرب الانسلال السندي.
حسنا. على رسلك.
أنت ماذا؟
Hey Hermione, Alan Saidi, how are you? I'm doing really good, Offendum. Thank you very much. It is permadeath, yeah. So if I die, or if I kill an innocent person, or if I otherwise do anything that the game warrants a desynchronization with, then it means I won't be doing another attempt if that happens before I finish the game, but
ما الذي
how's things, Hermione? Welcome on in. Oh, that's okay. There's no worries. Oh, that's okay, Hermione. No worries at all for the follow. I hope you had a great stream.
الآن علي أن أجد قبيحة وأنقذ ألمون.
المحول. أحب أن أوفد إلى ذلك الباب. التجار هناك يصيحون في وجهي قائلين إن الجباية تدمر تجارتهم، وكأنني المسؤول عن ذلك.
حسن، لكن يجب أن أذهب إلى القريعة غدا عند منتصف اليوم. الأمر مهم. لا
Come on game, I'm in range. Throw off the prompt.
والأمر ليس له علاقة بزفافه. سأعلمك خدعة.
مهلا لحظة.
كنا محاصرين في كمين. على رسلك.
that's great, Hermione. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. Yeah, I like Mirage. There's things that they could have still improved upon, but I think it's a step in a good direction. I hope Ubisoft Bordeaux get more that they can use, and it's unfortunate because the game engine isn't getting upgraded. I mean, in typical Ubisoft fashion, because they don't want to spend the money it would take to develop a completely new game engine from the ground up for the future games in the series, they're still using the same one, but they're basically extending it by doing things, and apparently they've redone all the animations, all the parkour systems and all that kind of stuff, but I think that's just PR speak for it's going to be the same game engine, we're just going to make it look like it's a different one. But I could be wrong. Maybe it will feel and look like it's a major change. But I have a feeling it's just basically them wanting to cut back costs and keep reusing the same game engine that they've used for 10 years now, but just add some new bells and whistles to it to make it seem like it's completely new. Oh, about Red, Hermione, yeah. Apparently with Red and Infinity and all that moving forward, it's going to be an overhaul with the parkour systems and the animations, but it's still going to be using the same game engine, pretty much. Instead of doing a new one from the ground up with no remnants of the old at all. But it might just look that way, but basically, Ubisoft want to streamline things in a way that doesn't make them more efficient, just makes them get more money for them.
علينا أن نكف عن اللقاء هكذا.
أوافقك الرأي بالتأكيد.
أين قبيحة؟
لو كنت أعلم لما كنت أخبرتك.
لا تتظاهري بالحماقة يا ماكرة.
لما لا؟ لقد نجح الأمر آخر مرة.
أتعرفين ماذا تكون قبيحة؟ ماذا تكون حقا؟
أكثر من أي شخص آخر. أنا ابنتها أكثر من ولدها الحقيقي، ذاك الأحمق الذي ترك والده يموت أمام ناظريه. ليس لديك أي فكرة عمن تتعامل معه، لكنني أعرف وأقول لك بلطف: غادر هذا المكان.
رويدا، لن يطول الأمر.
Oh, but yeah, if Ubisoft Bordeaux were given a brand new game engine without any restrictions put upon it in the ways that hold back the potential that this game had, then it'll be good to see. But yeah, I don't know, the landscape of gaming is changing very rapidly in recent weeks, and it's going to, keep changing. And so, I don't know, it feels like there's going to be a big change happening soon in the whole industry that's going to put things on different paths. I think the independent scene is going to start to get a foothold in areas that they haven't yet over the AAA, or as Ubisoft has now coined, the quadruple A quality game, which ironically is less quality than a AAA. But, that's just them. Makira's making her way to her. Then we kill Makira then. Actually, just kidding. We can use her. I didn't use this tactic the last two playthroughs. But the eavesdropping was glitched. So I just killed the enemies anyway. Hermione, you read the same thing regarding Red. You agree they'll definitely extend the engine, not rewrite it. Or write a new one, you should say. That's true, yeah. They want to eke as much out of what they have for 10 years as long as possible. That's true, yeah, Hermione. That's the reason I didn't put it in the tags. And that's why I had to word it in such a way that didn't imply that I was going to be speaking Arabic for the playthrough and that people who can speak it would be able to only speak it in chat. Like, I don't mind if someone is teaching someone what a word means in a different language, obviously, but if people are going to have whole conversations in chat in a different language, then they need to whisper each other, because I'd like to keep the actual chat English as much as possible. You had that glitched eavesdrop as well, Hermione? Yeah. You also hid in that closet and couldn't get the prompt to show. Maybe a bug introduced with the Permadeath patch. It could very well be. I mean, I saw the prompt come up when I wasn't even in any sort of like hiding spot, but it wouldn't appear again. And yeah, it is the quadruple A thing, you know, it's just ridiculous. Ironically, by that statement, comparing that to other games that are triple A, it makes them actually quadruple A. Like Skull and Bones is one of those situations where Ubisoft are still trying to make sure that they get as much money out of that as possible, because it costs them so much money over 10 years of development to actually get done. Hey there, Viper. I hope things are going well. That's true, Hermione. Yeah, Black Flag is quadruple A. Any game that is a masterpiece or a great game that's considered a triple A game is now a quadruple A game by comparison to Skull and Bones. By Eves saying that Skull and Bones was a quadruple A experience.
لعنة الله عليك. ألا يمكنك أن تدعني وشأني؟
أنت بكل سرور، لكن سيدتك.
افعل ما يحلو لك. لن تعثر عليها. لم يعد لدي ما أقوله لك.
لابد أن هناك غرفة خلف هذا، لكن كيف أصل إليها؟
Viper, you just got done playing Elden Ring. Frustrating but fun. Ah, yeah. I haven't played that game yet, but frustrating and fun can definitely be interesting, as long as the fun is more than the frustrating parts.
ماذا أنشدت عريب؟ ثرك العديد من مجلدات عريب، إن قبيحة من معجبيها، المجلد الأزرق والأسود والأبيض والأصفر. ما الكتاب الذي ستختاره قبيحة لتمييز مسارها؟ كان لديها كتاب عريب في حجرتها. ماذا أنشدت عريب؟ ثرك المحيط سيحلو بي متى عصف، واسفع كصحراء لهيبك مثل الماء حين يصفى. الدغ كأفعى، إن كنت في صدري ستودع إبرتك. حلق كطير، إنما أوجب لعشي عودتك. بذل أحد مجهودا مضنيا لإخفاء هذا المكان.
Hermione, the investigation music in Mirage is great. Well, all the music in Mirage is great. Yeah, I was really happy with the soundtrack for this game. I've listened to the soundtrack now, and I really like a lot of the mixes of stuff too, like the Middle Eastern music, but also the sort of like electronic dubstep kind of influence as well.
مستتر. قضيت أعواما كثيرة أبحث، أنبش في المجلدات والأضرحة العتيقة، أتقصى التواريخ المنسية، ألهث خلف الشائعة والخرافة، بينما كان كل ما احتجت إليه هو انتظار أن تأتي إلي. إن سليلنا الضال قد وصل، لكنه لا يعلم ما يكون. ألم تتساءل عن طبيعتك؟ أنت الذي ترى المزيد وتعرف المزيد. حتى ولدي أدرك فسأل عما تكون، حينما رأى يدك تمس هبة القدماء وتوقظها.
ماذا أكون؟
أكثر من مجرد رجل.
كفى ألغازا، تحدثي بوضوح.
لم أتحدث عما يمكن أن نراه. تعال معي إلى ألموت. تحت جدران معبدها توجد كل المعرفة التي يجب أن ترثها. من تسميهم إخوانك سيفضلون الموت. على رؤيتك تحصل عليها، لكن تجرأ يا باسم، سنمهد الطريق ونحررك.
لا!
أي سم أذاقتك شفتاها؟
قالت إنني أكثر من مجرد رجل. ماذا قصدت يا روشان؟ ماذا يوجد تحت المعبد؟
إنها أرض محرمة، لا شيء يعنيك هناك.
أخبرتك عن الكوابيس الجني، دعوت ذلك ضعفا وأخبرتني أن أعالجه. حاولت مرارا لكنك أخفيت الطريق، تركتني أعاني وحيدا.
لم تكن وحيدا، لست أول من يسير في الظلال محطما يا باسم. اجمع كل حطامك وتماسك، صب ألمك في الأخوية، طهر نفسك من السم الذي تقطر منها، ولتعد إلينا مجرد رجل، ولكن أكثر من مجرد أخ. أم هذا أقل مما يناسبك؟
ولو كان كذلك،
اتبع الدرب الذي أعدته لك وسأقتلك بنفسي.
علي الخروج من هنا. لابد أن أخبر نهال بما علمته.
يا حراس، يا حراس، إلي!
لن تفر من العدالة.
مرة أخرى نجوت بحياتي وتركت أشياء محطمة خلفي. الأفضل أن أستتر بالظلال.
أبلغ الشرطة بهذا؟
أي اضطراب يقع في الجنوب.
Hermione, say what you will about the RPG trilogy, but the title music of all of them is simply amazing. Yeah, that's something that they do well. Great line. It really is. You know, because I mean, Roshan shouldn't have kept things from Basim like she did, but at least there's an understanding of why. And she thought that she could do for Basim what she did for herself and be able to take all the pain from her past and put it into the actual, into being a hidden one.
هناك أحد أعضاء الثعابين. علي تقصي الأمر.
And it's that complexity which I also like in Unity, where it examines that there's even Templars, some that are actually going to be beneficial to work with, and that there's also going to be betrayals within the Templar order as well. And then it creates a conflict as well when you have situations with Belek and stuff. So the way that they sort of juxtapose the two factions to each other. And the thing is though about this game, I feel like they held off too long on having Basim really lean into wanting to know, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's haunted by the djinn and all that, but they should have added some things in earlier in the story to have him question more things about the hidden ones and all that kind of stuff, to sort of make it a bit more plausible, or make it a bit better in the switch that happens. Because now he's all in on it, you know what I mean? Like, he's all in on the I want to know, whereas before he wasn't all in on the I want to know yet kind of thing. It's a bit hard to explain, but that's just a nitpick with the story. Awesome, clean escape, well done. Thanks, Hermione. Thank you. Yeah, Hermione, that's true. Just the pacing of that with the character, like, it's almost as quick as a switch that Shay does in Rogue, where even though he had months to think about it on the ship back to America, he still fully goes angry against the assassins and isn't willing to actually speak and go over them about what happened and all that.
تسرني رؤيتك.
لنرى البضاعة.
هناك أدوات نافعة دائما. أيحتاج عتادك إصلاحا؟ سيفي بالغرض. لا شيء آخر.
ما الذي يجري؟
تحياتي. تسرني رؤيتك. ربما ألقنا.
Of course, I didn't synchronize the viewpoint in Anbar, of course. All right. Let's get to the outskirts and then just ride our way. There's still some things with this game's parkour that they need to fix, and it's the staccato, I think that's the word, the rhythm of when Basim's feet land on one thing before he jumps to the next. There's a little bit of a delay that ruins the momentum that they need to fix. And also, they need to fix the speed at which Basim can actually parkour down a building as well, because it's too slow. It's like drop, hold for a second, then drop, hold for a second, then drop, hold for a second. Whereas in games like Assassin's Creed Unity, up until, I'd probably say even Odyssey, when you scale down a building, it's a much quicker process. I think even Valhalla, it's a bit slow going down, or though maybe not. It really did, Hermione. It was really cool, and it's a shame that Syndicate ruined it. Because it's very, I mean, it's one of those situations where you can come across something that's level with you, and in one instance you can hold down the parkour up button and the character will jump across, but sometimes that won't happen, and then sometimes you can do parkour down and the character will go across, but then sometimes they just go down. I don't know, it can be a bit wishy-washy. Hermione, the animations were so smooth also. That's true. Yeah, you're not wrong there. And Unity was the last game to have the manual jump. Something that's been in the series since AC1, but they haven't brought it back since they last used it in Unity. Hey Toby, welcome on in. Is the combat floaty like Valhalla? I don't know if I'd describe it as floaty. But then again, I don't know what would make it feel floaty. But the combat in this game, they simplified it a bit more by making it you either dodge the enemy attack or you parry it. There's no sort of like, you can, hold down the attack button and do a stronger attack, or you can do light attacks kind of thing. But it's not like you have a lot of weapons at your disposal, like, axes and things like that. You only have your sword and your dagger, and you're throwing knives, obviously, and stuff. But there's no chain kill or anything like that. But there hasn't been chain kill in the series since Black Flag. Well, Rogue. Yalla. Hermione, if they spent more time polishing the parkour system in Unity, it could be better than Syndicate. Even better in Syndicate. Also, you'd say Mirage leans heavily into stamina management in combat. Absolutely. Yeah, in some games I don't mind there being a stamina, but in other games I do. It kind of just depends. But yeah, I mean, Syndicate simplified things with the parkour, but it simplified them in ways that undermine the parkour. There's some things that, you know, it is good, but other things where it's not. That's something that Ubisoft is seemingly wanting to do with so much in the way of gameplay elements. They want all the gameplay elements to be a little mini game that you have to solve a puzzle with. You know, how do I get into this building? There's no way to get into it with a key, so I need to find an opening somewhere. You know, you spend 10-15 minutes trying to find it. It's like, no, not everyone has time for that or the patience for it. That's why it should go back to a similar kind of thing with Assassin's Creed 2, where the codex pages were guarded by guards and there was only one entrance to get in to actually get the codex page. And it was more reliant on your skill of being able to assassinate them or in combat deal with them and then go in and then loot it. There was no sort of like working out how to access the building to get in to get the codex page. So I think they should go back to something like that, except to advance it further, make a certain enemy type be the one guarding special buildings that have a special item inside, but also make the item worth the time it takes to work out the strategy against the enemy. So it might be a situation where you have to throw dirt in the eye of the enemy to make them stagger back a bit, and then you can use that to your advantage to kill them. Or maybe you need to just sneak up on them, you know, and kill them that way.
ماجت الأرض تحت قدمي. أحتاج إلى العودة إلى أرض أكثر صلابة. أحتاج إلى الديار. أحتاج إلى نهال.
Thank you for the follow, Toby. Thank you very much for that.
ذلك الشخص يبدو مريبا. علي تقصي الأمر.
مقبرة الملكية التي ذكرتها آنفا.
That was a move that I miss from the earlier games where Ezio could get some dirt from the ground and then throw it at the enemy. That was definitely a good thing that you could take advantage of. Plus, for fun in those games, I like to make it in the loading screen that Ezio does it and throws it at the camera. Just little idiosyncratic things that I like to do in loading screens in these games. But also in games in general when I'm waiting for something to happen, like I might make the character do some weird sort of like spinning around in a circle while waiting for dialogue to play, you know, or make it look like the character's dancing in certain things, you know. Hey Levy, good day to you, welcome on in. I'm doing very good, thank you Levy, things are going well, how about yourself? I hope you're feeling well, I hope you haven't gotten sick, unfortunately like Crooked has. Toby AC needs Ghost of Tsushima combat. Yeah, I mean I haven't played that game yet, but the only thing is it might make people be like, see, they're just copying off Ghost of Tsushima. But then again, there's certain gameplay elements which become a general thing as well at the same time. Hermione, throwing sand in the faces of all your viewers. How rude. Yeah. Levy, shake that bassin booty. That could be a new song. Hermione, you're the same way. You do all sorts of weird stuff in video games just for the heck of it. Yeah, you know, sometimes it's just for fun. Sometimes it's because, you know, like there might be sections where you have to walk slowly because the game wants you to walk slowly. Like in Rise of the Tomb Raider, there's some parts where you have to walk slowly while talking to Jacob, but I like to just make Lara jump because it feels like she's going faster through the environment, which makes me feel like the momentum and pacing is a bit faster than it actually is. You're doing okay, just Crookie isn't, so you're a bit worried and you just wish you could do something to make him feel better. That's definitely understandable, Levy, as well. You know, to want to be able to do that. It'd be so good to be able to just, you know, heal someone of an ailment instantly instead of having to, you know, not be able to, you know, do anything and stuff. So hopefully he feels better really soon. Hey there, Zereth. Thanks for leaving the lurk.
باسم، أنت بخير؟ باسم.
أنا لا أعلم. كنت على حق يا نهال. عدوتي قبيحة كانت تحمل الإجابات.
ماذا عرفت؟
أن هناك المزيد عن حقيقتي، حقيقة حاولت قبيحة أن تخبرني عنها، حقيقة سعت معلمتي إلى إخراسها. تكمن تلك الحقيقة في ألموت.
فلنمضي إلى ألموت.
Hermione, you remember when you first played Half-Life back in the day, there's a section in the beginning where a scientist says, Gordon doesn't need to hear all this. He's a highly trained professional. Meanwhile, Gordon is jumping and running around and generally flailing about. That's the other thing too, you know, taking something that the game has characters saying that makes the character come off as if there's some thing about them that is really, really like, you know, top quality or professional in that example that you've used, but then in gameplay make the character do something that's completely the opposite.
سأذهب يا نهال. أنا وحدي.
أنت تحتاج إلي.
أحتاج إلى أن تكوني بأمان.
أنا بأمان معك وأنت معي.
قد لا أعثر على أي شيء هناك سوى الخطر والموت. هذا قدري ولن أدير له ظهري، لكنني لن أجعلك تواجهينه أيضا.
أينما وليت في إثرك أذهب، حيثما ترتاح أرتاح وأطرب. سأسير خلفك كل خطوة من الطريق. لن تكون وحيدا أبدا. احزم أمتعتك، لن نغادر ألموت حتى تعثر على الإجابات التي تبحث عنها.
امشي.
هيا.
نهال. روشان. نور.
ليس الترحيب الذي ترقبته، ها؟ حسناً، حالفك الحظ ولم تكن هنا حينما أتانا الطاهريون.
ماذا جرى؟
أخشى أن ألموت قد سقطت. كلفت بالبحث عن العون، خرجت إلى الصحراء للعثور على آخرين من العسس، ثم عثرت عليك.
أكان هناك آخرون معي؟
لا، أنت فحسب.
إذا نهال على قيد الحياة. وروشان؟
كنت آمل أن تكون معك.
تعال يا أخي، علينا الخروج. يجب العثور على أي ناج وتخليص ألموت من غزوها.
أخشى أنني لا أستطيع.
إلى أي حد؟ سأجعلهم يدفعون الثمن واحدا تلو الآخر.
الثأر ليس نهجنا يا أخي.
نهجنا؟ ترقد نازفا حتى الموت وما زلت تتشبث بهذا الاعتقاد الأحمق. ومن أجل ماذا؟ لم تستطع عقيدتنا حماية ألموت، ولم أستطع أنا.
وأنا كذلك، لكن معتقداتنا أبقتك على قيد الحياة، وهي السبب الذي يلزمك بإنقاذ من قد يبقى منا حياً.
يمكننا الاتفاق على ذلك، أعدك.
وفقك الله يا باسم. لم يعد هناك ما يقال يا أخي. اذهب أنقذ من تستطيع إنقاذه.
Thank you, Hermione, for the good luck. Yeah, we're on the home stretch now. This is still my first attempt at permadeath mode. So let's bring it home.
اهدئي اهدئي يا فتاة. كل شيء على ما يرام. كل شيء على ما يرام. تركك سيدك في رعايتي. معبدنا، أيا كان ما يقبع تحته يجب أن أراه بنفسي مهما كلف الأمر. كل هذه الدماء والموت، أهذا ما عنته قبيحة بتمهيد الطريق؟ كوني بخير يا نهال أرجوك أينما كنت. يا الله، لا مجال لاجتيازها إلا من أعلى ربما. ما زال بعض عشيرتي أحياء. المرشد ريحان واحد منهم.
أن أتلقى أجر لقاء الوقوف
يجب فعله. هل حدثتك عن المرة التي غضب فيها الأمير على صاحب الشرطة؟
دمه.
الإغريقيون الماكرون خاطفو النيران الذين ذكرهم الوائل حقيقيون. أضرموا النيران في حذائي.
رويدة مهلا.
كفر عن ذنوبك. أنت أسرع. أنا أراك. جيد، ليستمر حذرك.
حسنا،
لن أخفق، لن نكذب، إنك هالك. لا.
سأقول لكم شيئا بسبب شهرتكم.
انتظر،
رد فعل أقوى.
سأقضي عليك.
لا.
ما تعلمهم إياه. والآن حينما تحتاج إليه تبقي أشد الاحتياج. هل تسمعون؟ يمكن لمرشدكم أن يخبرنا بما نريد معرفته. يمكنه أن يحفظ عليكم حياتكم، لكنه يختار ألا يفعل. لست رجلا غليظ القلب، لكنني ضيق الصدر. اظهروا وستحظون بفرصة للقتال، لعلكم تشهدون الغد.
ما كان ذلك؟
أنت على رسلك. ماذا ذا؟ موت.
راقب سيدك.
هيا واجهني.
أنت ابقى معي. ها أنت ذا.
حسنا.
باسم، ماذا؟ الحمد لله. لا أرى آخرين. تعال ساعدني في حل وثاقي.
If the game throws the prompt on the screen, then I can, but the game
باسم،
won't.
ماذا تفعل؟ حررني.
Quadruple A quality programming there by Ubisoft. You're gonna put the prompt on the screen, game? You know? See, this is the shit that pisses me off. If I know as the player what button does what, it shouldn't matter if the prompt for it's on the screen or not. As long as I'm in the vicinity or the range and I know what button does it. Oh, so now it's going to come up on the screen. Oh, I see now. You have to run around looking like an idiot before the game deigns to put the fucking prompt on the screen. Thanks, Almighty. Thank you so much. I want to save my smoke bombs.
باسم، كيف؟ ظننت أنك في بغداد. أين الآخرون؟ روشان.
أتيت وحدي لنفس السبب الذي أتى من أجله هؤلاء الرجال. أعلم الحقيقة أيها المرشد عن المعبد وعما يخفيه. أخبرني أعداؤنا بهذا، حثوني على البحث عنه لأنني الوحيد الذي يستطيع.
أنت؟ لهذا استخدم التنظيم الطاهريين ليبيدوا ألموت، لأنك أنت مفتاحهم.
لأي شيء؟ ما الذي تحميه ويستحق إراقة كل هذه الدماء؟
أرض قديمة، كان واجبنا على مر الأجيال أن نرعاها ونحميها من التنظيم الذي يسعى لإفشاء أسرارها. مدخلها بالمعبد، لكن يا باسم رغم أنها محرمة فقد بحثت ولا طريقة للوصول إليها.
سأعثر على طريقة للدخول بنفسي.
لا تفعل ذلك، هذا ما ينشده التنظيم، ألا ترى ذلك؟ إذا وقع ما نحميه في الأيدي الخطأ
سيقع في يدي. انظر حولك إلى ما يستعد التنظيم أن يذيقنا إياه. إذا استطعت اكتساب المعرفة التي يسعون إليها فقد يمنحنا ذلك اليد العليا أخيرا في هذه الحرب التي لا تنتهي. إنه سبيلنا للمضي إلى الأمام، للمستترين.
I really love this music. It makes me think of a memory that is in the process of being unlocked from a past life. Hermione, actually, I think you saw what happened there. Some other guards were searching for you. You noticed the tiny little screen flicker that happens when guards give up searching for you. But your point stands, Ubisoft games tend to be bugged like you described. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that I was talking earlier about realism in games versus gameplay logic, and I think that's a case where realism should take priority. Like, realistically, yeah. Like, if the guards are searching for you, but they can't find you, and they can't see you, then you should still be able to untie someone's bonds. You know what I mean? But gameplay logic dictates that you can't until the enemy stops searching for you, and then boom, you know. Levy, realistically, realism should take priority. Yes, in some cases. In other cases, video game logic needs to take priority.
المعبد لننهي هذا الأمر. لن يعترض طريقي شخص أو شيء. ليس الآن، ليس وأنا بهذا القرب.
Hermione, that's a good point. If the guards are searching for you, in this scenario, it should give Basim more incentive to quickly free the prisoner, not less. I didn't think about that, but it makes perfect sense. Like, time is of the essence here. Exactly, Hermione, yeah. You know, it depends on the context of what's going on. Like, there's some games that it doesn't matter if you're in a situation where guards are searching for you, you'll still be able to interact with a character and open something up, you know.
يتطلب إيقافي عددا أكبر منكم. ينتظرني المزيد منهم، ما يكفي لأقول إنني على الطريق الصحيح.
يجب ألا نكون هنا. كانت أوامرنا أن نؤمن المعبد، لا أن
لن ندخله. أعرف. سحقا للأوامر. رأيت القتال الذي خضناه لنصل إلى هنا والرجال الذين فقدناهم. أتظن أننا سننال أي شيء بمجرد أن يحصل أسيادنا عما يبحثون عنه؟ أتظن أننا سنكافأ؟ بالتأكيد لا. أيا كان ما يريدونه، لابد أنه يساوي ثروة. فكر في كل الأراضي التي تستطيع شراءها.
لا.
والخدم.
استطاع كليكما لتعثرا عليه فحسب. سنفكر بشكل أوضح دون جدالكما كأحمقين.
لم يكن شيئا.
هاي
مكانك. هل أنت ممسوس؟
Because of course the character won't be able to jump across that.
مهلا.
they need to bring back snap to cover as well. It just gives you more precise control over your character and an object to hide behind, instead of being finicky and trying to, make sure that you don't move too many increments too far. It feels like you're performing friggin' surgery or something. Whereas if you snap to the cover, at least you know that the character is actually hiding behind the thing you want them to hide behind.
مهلا.
الآن تدفع الثمن.
أجل، هل ترى؟ أليس هذا جميلا؟
لنرى إن استطعت إنجاز ما عد. أي سحر هذا؟ مهلا، إنني أعرف هذا الرمز.
Hermione, you didn't think about that, but it makes perfect sense. Like, time is of the essence here. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that was in response. Yeah, sorry, I read that again after the point at which you had actually typed it. Like a pro. Well, I don't know if I would consider myself a pro at this game, but next time I do this this type of challenge, I'll make sure that I do it on a higher difficulty, because this is just on easy mode. Because this playthrough started out as just, oh, it's fun, there's permadeath mode that's newly active, so I'll jump on while it's new and then do a playthrough of it and just, have a fun stream. But then 10 hours later, I still hadn't desynced yet, and I was like, alright, so I'll do another stream the next Wednesday. Next Wednesday comes along. I got through without desyncing, okay. And now today comes along and I'm like, well, time to get through. Parry and kill times 3. Yeah, doing permadeath on hard gives you more cosmetic rewards. That's true. Yeah, and then there's like the hardest difficulty, you get the most rewards on permadeath mode. But yeah, the parry kill, like, as long as you're prepared, like you can do a parry. Like if an enemy is going to do a move on you and you think it's going to be a parry, but it ends up being a power attack, the game gives you enough time to press the dodge button, even if you're in the middle of pressing, like the parry animation is going. So at least if you accidentally parry, or you parry thinking it wasn't going to be a parry and it ends up being a dodge, at least you can quickly dodge out of the way.
حذرتك مما سيحدث. آخر فرصة. حسناً.
وصل الأمر إلى هذا الحد إذن، أن نقتل بعضنا؟ أهذه فكرتك عن الأخوية؟
الأخوية متحدة، ولا مكان فيها لمن يضع مصالحه فوقها.
أذلك ما تظنين أني فاعله؟
أفق يا باسم، إنك تسير في درب التنظيم. الأشخاص أنفسهم الذين أقسمت على قتالهم. إنك تتم مهمتهم، معرضاً الشيء الذي أقسمت أن تدافع عنه للخطر، الإرادة الحرة.
وأين إرادتي؟ كيف أنتصر لما هو حرام عليه؟ عقيدتك معيبة. كتف روشان إنه غير محمي. سأصيبه. آخر فرصة. لقد وثقت بك، منحتك كل ما لدي فكذبت علي. كنت تعلمين منذ اللحظة التي غادرنا فيها الأنبار وأنت تعلمين حقيقتي.
لم أخشى إلا ما قد يسفر عنه ذلك، لكن كان علي أن أضع مخاوفي جانباً. لم تكن إلا شاباً محطماً ووحيداً تحتاج إلى الإرشاد وتريد فعل الخير.
ما زلت هنا. استسلمي. استسلمي.
باسم، دعها، هيا.
لم أرد هذا قط، لكنني أريد أن أعرف.
لا أريد فقدانك بسبب ما قد تعثر عليه هناك. ليس عليك الالتفات إلى الماضي لتعلم من تكون ومن يمكنك أن تكون. يمكنك الاختيار يا باسم، ثق بي.
لقد حاولت، لكن في النهاية كنت تظنين أن الأفضل هو أن تتحكمي بي دون أي اختلاف عن أعدائنا.
باسم، ها هنا. أنا أعلم ما يكون هذا.
The blood is the key.
المفتاح.
The key is in our blood.
ستتبعنا.
لا تستطيع. رأيت ذلك بنفسك.
Didn't mean to do that. I keep forgetting it's triangle to get the UI off. I'll just catch up on chat. Hermione, you did it on your second try. First you died really early on in a combat encounter, stupidly, and on the second try you almost died, pardon me, when escaping the palace of the Green Dome. You almost fell to your death. It was so nerve-wracking because when you realized you were going to die, you instinctively activated Assassin Focus and frantically searched for an enemy to lock onto, and luckily there was one. That is definitely a case for that teleport move to actually come in handy. But yeah, it's interesting when that happens, you know, like whenever I do a challenge playthrough where if I die, I have to restart the whole game from the start. There's those moments where you know that you're not going to survive, but you still try and do tactics to see just in case, you know, but then sometimes it does work because there is an out. Levy, Permadeath sounds like a difficulty setting you'd never ever play. Yeah, well that's it too, you know, like combat scenarios and scenarios where you think that you're going to make the jump without dying. You know, there's plenty of Assassin's Creed games where even when you fast travel to a viewpoint, the developers purposely position the character to not be in line with a haystack, so instinctually you just think that you're in line with it and jump off, but then you realize that you're not. But it's not something that you've done, it's the developers on purpose trolling you. That happens quite a lot too, so in this playthrough I tried as much as possible to get down buildings without doing leaps of faith, just in case. Thank you for the well done, Hermione. Thank you so much. There's no way I can desync now, I don't think. Thanks for the GGs, Levy. Really appreciate it. Hermione, it wasn't even your fault, Basim, Mr. Haystack. Exactly. It's like, Basim, come on. You know, you should have lined yourself up properly. Levy, also, sometimes it's just bullshit. It really is. And in this game too, like, you've got, well, yeah, combat situations and stuff like that where, you know, it's unfair detection. But yeah, being a thing where it's like automatic, where if you do something to desynchronize, obviously it's like, the game doesn't care if there's a glitch that caused it. It'll still treat it as if you've done the wrong thing and then penalize you, you know. Whereas if you're doing it on your own and it's not a setting that you've activated, you get to decide those things. So if there's a glitch that happens that ruins things against your challenge objectives, then at least you know that you don't have to count it, you know. Hermione, oh Rod, you can still die, just be careful jumping. Oh yeah. Well, that's it. There would be a spot where you can jump from a great height, I guess. So these memory disks are very much the same kind as the ones that Ezio used in Revelations that actually housed memories. I'd love to know what is on all these memory disks. That could be something that a sequel to this could cover. Every time you do a mission, Basim would then go and analyze and experience the memories within these disks. But we'll never see that happen because it's Ubisoft.
مزيد من تلك الأغراض. أتساءل عما يوجد بداخلها من الحقائق وما القصص التي يمكنها سردها. أيا كان الموجود بالداخل فهو بالغ الأهمية للمستترين ولتنظيم القدماء ولي فيما تورطنا. إلى أين انتهى بنا دربي؟
الأفضل ألا تعرف سبب إحضار أي شخص إلى هذا المكان.
I do believe, and I think they were memory disks. I think in Juno's temple that you actually gain access to finally in Assassin's Creed 3 as Desmond. I think there's an email from Juno from the Grey where she talks about how she destroyed the memory disks that were actually there at the temple, which was a shame lore-wise because it'd be so cool to see what's actually on those. And no doubt what was on them was things related to Juno that, if were discovered, I'm sure that Desmond might not have decided to do what he did, you know, or maybe could have, you know, so things like that. But I can't remember now if they were memory disks that she got rid of, or if it was some other kind of information that she got rid of. Hermione, you remember when you got here the first time, you were very disappointed when you couldn't examine these. Yeah, it would have been cool to be able to. But yeah, they want this to be more of a, let's have more questions that will never get answered. Or if they do, it's in a comic book.
أتخدعني عيناي؟ أترين ما أراه؟ نهال.
أنا هنا.
أينما نكن فهو مبني منذ زمن بعيد لخدمة غرض لا أعرفه.
أنا أعرف.
كيف؟
لا أعرف.
نهال، إنك تثيرين قلقي.
Just a heads up, for those who haven't played this or Valhalla before, we're getting into very heavy spoiler territory about Basim and about what's actually been going on with certain things related to this story and the characters. So just a heads up.
نهال، انظري هنا. نهال، أرجوك تحدثي إلي.
لا.
أعرف هذا المكان. نهال؟ لا، لا يمكن. لما أشعر أنني لا أعرف هذا.
هذا جزء من واقعك يا باسم. أنا جزء من واقعك أيضا. أينما وليت في إثرك أذهب.
أنت قتلته.
سرقت سلطتك من القصر فكرتك. كفى! اخرجني من هنا.
كيف؟ ماذا تكونين؟
انظر لترى بنفسك.
سوريزنوس دورين رايغور زراسي
ديلوس.
ذلك أظهر نفسك. أتجرؤ على الاختباء مني الآن بعد كل ما جعلتني أقاسيه؟ أين أنت؟ الجني الذي يراودني في أحلامي والشخصية التي في هذه الرؤى كلاهما شيء واحد. هل هذا ما كنت أراه؟ ذكريات حياة منذ أمد بعيد؟ هل هذه ذكرياتي؟ ألذلك يبدو الجني حقيقيا؟ يا معذبي، يا مصدر كل ما يؤرقني، إذا كان الأمر كذلك فلابد لي من مواجهتك. لا، لما أرى هذا؟ هذا الفضاء بينما أمر خلاله لا أرى شيئا سوى الذكريات التي تهز روحي. في لحظات الشدائد هذه كنت أشعر بأشد القرب من الجني، ذلك الخوف الذي لا يلين يشلني في أضعف حالاتي. لم أفهم على الإطلاق مما جاء أو لما يطاردني هكذا، لكنني بدأت أتذكر. أنا في زنزانة باردة متوسلا أن يتوقف كل شيء. لعل الشخص الذي كنته ذات يوم يسعى إلى الخلاص، لكن إذا قدر لي تجاوز هذا الألم فما أريده هو السلام. حان الوقت لوضع حد لهذا. الزنزانة، زنزانتي، أوشكت على الوصول إليها. لا تراجع. الجني يمكنني سماعه. أنا أعرفك الآن. إنني أراك على حقيقتك. ذكرى قاسية من حياة ماضية. وستظل هناك في الماضي. انتهى الأمر.
لا باسم، إنها البداية فحسب. لنا، لما ينتظرنا، لفهم أعمق للعالم الذي تركناه ولمكاننا فيه.
طوال حياتي قاتلت الشخص الذي كنته، الذي وجب أن أكون. وها أنت ذي طوال الوقت، الجانب الذي قومته بداخلي، انعكاسا لمن كنا عليه ذات مرة
ولمن سنكون عليه ثانية. ينتظرنا الكثير جدا، عالم جديد. دعني أريك.
إذن لن أراك مجددا. محق. هل سأكون وحدي؟
لن تكون وحيدا أبدا.
كم لبث الأمر؟
انتهى الأمر. اتخذتما قراركما، والآن أتخذ قراري.
وداعا يا روشان بنت لا أحد، تشرفت بمعرفتك. هيا يا باسم، لدينا الكثير لنناقشه.
سنفعل ذلك أيها المرشد. الذكرى التي دفنتها لهذا المكان، لهذا السجن، وللتعذيب الذي عانيته هنا، لقد تفاقمت لسنوات في الظلام والأحلام، واتخذت هيئة جني لتطاردني وتفزعني، حتى استهلكت حياتي اليقظة. لكنني واجهت ماضية وألمي وتقبلتهما. لقد غيرت جلدي مرة في زمن مختلف ومكان مختلف، لكنني اكتملت مرة أخرى. أتذكر ذلك. وأما الذين فكروا في تقييدي، إن كان منهم من لا يزال على قيد الحياة، فإنني أتطلع إلى رؤيتهم مجددا. لكن حتى ذلك اليوم ينتظرنا عالم جديد.
Okay, so I'm going to pause it there because I want to talk about what it says there, but I also want to catch up on chat as well. Levy, you're definitely too tired for work today. Doesn't help that all programs seem to be on pace for the longest loading times ever. They're not fast to begin with, but today seems actually cursed. That is really, really annoying, Levy. And you can't help but think it is sort of like it doing it on purpose. Even though it's not, but, you know, that feeling of, I bet it's, you know, any other day it wouldn't be, but today. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Hermione. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus much let me avow. You are not wrong, who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet, if hope has flown away, in a night or in a day, in the vision or in none, it is therefore the less gone. All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. So that's from Edgar Allan Poe, is it? That's cool. That's cool. Thanks for redeeming that, Hermione. That's cool. Levy, Arnie Allan Poe. Yeah, should adapt his works into a movie with Arnie. Hermione indeed, Edgar Allan Poe nigga. That's it. That's it. Thanks for the GGs, Crooked. Thank you so much, Senny. Really appreciate it. Hermione, wonderful rendition, and with that epic Mirage music in the background. Absolutely. Yeah. But I'm glad that you enjoyed that, Hermione. Thanks for redeeming that. To our players, we have crafted this experience as an homage and a love letter to the first titles in the series. Notice how they don't say we have crafted this experience as a return to the roots to the first titles in the series or anything like that. This is what it is. It's an homage and a love letter. The elements that they've used from the earlier games is what classifies it as an homage and a love letter. It's not back to the roots. The marketing that Ubisoft has and that some big YouTubers still use is incorrect. It's not a return to roots. It's an homage and a love letter to the first titles in the series. The games that meant so much to you and to us, the stories and characters we all fell in love with, and the worlds that brought history back to life. We hope you enjoyed following Basim on his journey from street thief to apprentice to master assassin in 9th century Baghdad as much as we enjoyed telling it. From all of us, thank you for playing, now and since the day you began. Long live the Creed. Indeed. The Creed is the only immortal thing in the world. What I also want to do is I want to get to the point in the credits where it shows who does the voice work in the Arabic language version as well. I'm so glad that I was able to complete the playthrough because I wanted to have the Arabic language for this playthrough active for the whole game and not, you know, desynchronize and then... Because my plan was not to actually do another attempt because of how many hours worth I'd actually put into it as well. But when it gets to the point of the credits for who did the Arabic version, I want to pause it on that as we go through. Hey there, Daves. Welcome on in. Well, you're the first to put first in the chat, but I'm not one of those streamers that, you know, thinks of people any less if they're not the first person in chat or anything like that. So if people put first, then that's fine. But it doesn't mean I don't value people who don't comment first. Okay, so we're in audio designers, marketing, finance. Levy, not first. Stream elements was actually first. At the top of the stream. Let's fast forward a bit. Ubisoft Montreal. the actual best studio that Ubisoft has, not Quebec. Anvil pipeline. That's what they're referring to as the next evolution of the Anvil engine. The Anvil pipeline. So if that's the case, then wouldn't that mean that this is the game engine or the evolution of it? Because the leaks for Assassin's Creed Red and all the games moving forward is that the game engine would be the Anvil pipeline that is being used. That they're not doing a brand new game engine from the ground up, but they are using an extension or an evolution of the Anvil engine that has all new animations and everything from the ground up, but isn't actually a fully new game engine. So this creates a sort of like inconsistency then, because why is this being credited with the Anvil pipeline if it's not going to be until the new games that the Anvil pipeline is going to be thingo? So either the person who's leaking it is wrong, or there's been a misinterpretation that has gone on about that as well. Because why would you refer to something as an Anvil pipeline in one game and then do a new game with an evolution of that game engine called the same thing? Or maybe I just don't understand game engines. Not like I create game engines or I have extensive knowledge of all the ins and outs of game engines and I'm some big encyclopedia for game programming and stuff, but that just caught my eye because of the fact that the evolution of the game engine for the next games was referred to as the Anvil pipeline. Cool, so now we get into the section where it covers the voice talents for the different languages and stuff. Go. So the Arabic version by Arlation, Audio and Localization Manager Khalid El Mansi, Project Manager Samaya Tarek, Translation and Adaptation Reviewer Ahmed Tarek, Translators Mohammed Omar, Samaya Al Awadi, Nada Wagdi, and Omar Nadir. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing some of these. Proofreaders Riyad Anwar, Mahmoud Ali, Audio Localization Manager Salma Atef, Sound Team Voice Direction Nazir Kawalde, Producer Muhammad Ibrahim, Studio Coordinators Omar Badawi, Nermeen El Maghrabi, Sound Recording by Ahmed Sosa, Audio Post-Production Muhammad Rizq, Video Production Hussam Obalela Youssef El Mansi, starring Iyad Nassar as Basim, and the other voice talents Nuha Samara, Lama Al Sayag, Shrien Zadan, Iman Hayel, Mayez Omar, Malian Shahaf, Hesham Hamada, Jamal Marie, Dawood Eid Fishat, Amir Steya, Tariq Ziyad, Ayman Idris, Bashar Nijim, Yahya Mahmood, Wafa Abd Allah Wala Kawalde, Dina Al-Safade, Azam Youssef, Azma Mustafa, Abdur Rahman Saima, Anas Hamama, Arij Dababna, Bayan Wabe, Bosi Hane, Enji Lakod, Fada'a Abu Hamad, Hani Al-Khaldi, Hassan Kamaisa, Hatem Essa Hazem Shaheen, Hossam Gaddaru. Again, apologies. I'm trying to pronounce them the way that they look, but that doesn't always count for words. Hussam Al-Manasir, especially when there's like two of the same letter in a row. I don't know sometimes if it's like you pronounce both vowels as you say it. Aman Abu Zaid, Khalid Nafiz, Maher Gaber, Majid Abu Al-Ragheb, Manal, plus there's also Q's as well, because in some languages Q's aren't pronounced with a Q sound. Jarkash, Moataz Abu Al-Ghanem, Muhammad Abdallah, Muhammad El-Toni, Muhammad Garib, Muhammad Omar, Munzir Khalil, Musa Al-Satari, Mustafa Abu Hanud, Mudasem Bamawi, Nail Abu Ayash, Nazir Ali, Omar Al-Demor, Rami Al-Rashad, Rasha Tello, Riham Zidan, Saeed Al-Mughrabi, Kala Turkhan, Wiam Raji, Yamen Abu Al-Noor, Yared Juban, and Zaid Mustafa. There we go. Yeah, so apologies if I mispronounced some of those words and names. But yeah, there's just certain languages. I know some languages too, you need to roll your R's, for example, when saying certain words. But I don't know what indicates, what you need, like what indicates when you need to do that and when you don't as well. So yeah, just wanted to highlight that because we had the Arabic language for this playthrough as well. So it was great to play through the game with that, because with Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood I've played with the Italian language. For Assassin's Creed Unity I've played with the French language, and now I've played Mirage with the Arabic language. And I've said this before, and I really feel this would be cool, but if there's like people who want or who are able to do a mod for Assassin's Creed 1 where they translate it, and it would be hard too because you'd have to, you know, lip sync and all that kind of stuff, but it'd be cool if there was that option in Assassin's Creed 1 to have the Arabic language. I think that would be cool. And also in Odyssey you can't have the Greek language selected. I think that would be cool too to have that as well. So yeah, that is that. I'll just continue the credits. Crooked, will you be replacing Mirage with another game or give Wednesdays to Mass Effect 2? It'll be Mass Effect 2, Crooked, yeah, moving forward on Wednesdays as well. So it worked out well because tomorrow's stream will be Mass Effect 2 and I'm almost finished Act 1 of 3. So I probably will finish Mass Effect 2 next week, I would say, because next week will be Monday through to Friday for Mass Effect 2. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going really good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? You can't roll your R's. Yeah, it's like sometimes I can, but sometimes I can't. It's sort of like hit and miss. Like, roll. You know, it's just Jarl. Like I tried once with learning some of the words for before Valhalla, like, you know, instead of saying Jormungandr, Jormungandr, or something like that, or the R on the end. Yeah. Very, very difficult for me to do. But yeah, it's just, I guess it's like any sort of like accent. There's certain ways to say it that might feel natural, but others that might not. Like with my Arnie impression, there's some words that I know is how he says them, but then there's some words that I have to sort of like think of how he would actually say it as well. Like when he says the word for, he just doesn't go for necessarily. You know how you dips and then goes back up? It's almost when he says words like for that have the U in it, it's like for. You know, there's sort of like a way that the sound of how he says the word matches the U in the word. I don't know. Maybe that's just how my brain is allowing me to interpret the actual word, so I can then say it that way. Maybe that's, you know, more of what it is. For, there, here, get out of here, you know, sort of things like that. Yeah, Crooked. So, when I finish Mass Effect 2, I already have in mind what game I want to actually, do as well. But I'll reveal that when I get closer to finishing Mass Effect 2. Just in case something comes up and I have to change the game, you know. Because sometimes that happens. Sometimes I'm like, right, I want to do this game after this game. But then when I finish the game, I'm like, oh shit, I can't do this one yet because of, you know, A, B, or C. So I just have to wait and see. Hermione, rolling R's are totally normal in Norway, are they? Your dialect, however, has the throaty R. What are they called? Oh, not too sure what the throaty one would be called, Hermione. But yeah, so rolling R's are totally normal, yeah. So is that for all words that have R in it? Or is that only certain words that have R in it? Thank you, Stan, for the congrats on finishing the perma. Thank you so much. Hermione, you Google it, they're called guttural. Guttural R's. So all R's. Interesting, that's cool. So instead of saying rod, it'd be like rod in a way. Although I didn't really do it. Be interesting to see which consultancy they had on the writing of this game. Hermione and Dutch, for instance, R's pronounced rolling, while the G's are pronounced like a guttural R, which is weird to someone like you, being Norwegian. And yes, Norwegians would pronounce it something like you did, yeah. I got you, yeah. So R's are pronounced rolling while the G's are pronounced like a guttural R. Sometimes too, when I hear the way that words are pronounced, it makes it easier for me to mimic how that sounds. Which is why Google Translate in some ways is really cool, because I've used that sometimes to kind of like figure out how certain words would be said in a certain accent. Stan, Twitch says you watched 39 of 39 streams of Rod Legion in February. Finally pulled a full month. Well, Stan, thank you so very much for that. That's awesome, Stan. Thank you very much, dude. 39 of 39. So that's how many streams I did in February. 39 streams. It's funny because I export all my VODs now, starting last year and continuing into this year, so I think I've got like 600 streams on the YouTube channel already. Then content, you would say content. Content, yep. Live games, IT production services, bridge team, core solutions team, automation development and ops team, distribution team, source control team, productivity team, PG ops team, technology group, content creation technology group, data analysts, gameplay interactive pilot, fabric information, motion, automation software tester, product specialists, ergonomics content specialists, narrative oasis. Inner source. Reporting and intelligence, gravity, clever insights, telemetry, and QF data. Service XP, live operations, tools, and process community support ecosystem. Ubisoft International Production Headquarters. President and CEO Yves Quadruple A Guillemot. He's the one that said that in Investors Call for Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones, the first quadruple A game. Which means that it's not as good as a triple A game. Brand portfolio management, global strategic insights, GSI, humanities and inspiration, live revenue strategy, financial planning, studio operations, data platform group, special thanks to HQ HR teams, Ubisoft International Headquarters, Procurement Team, Global Diversity, Inclusion and Accessibility, Ubisoft Music, music by Brendan Angelidis, great soundtrack. WW Licensing, Global Publishing, Executive Publishing, Global Brand, Creative Services, Graphic Designers, Project Managers, Manager Copy Editing, Senior Management, Project Manager Video, Video Editors, Asset Specialists, First Party Platforms, VP Partner Affairs, Tech Partnerships, Consumer Products, Brand Transmedia Partnership, Communications, Ubisoft News, Events, Web, Web Analysts, Audience and Media Channels, Media, Content Creators, Social Media and Brand Content, Social Media Managers, Hermione. By the way, the Stanley Parable is such a fun game. You've rarely played a game that makes you laugh as much as that game did. And if you're wondering, the Super Deluxe Edition is definitely worth getting. It's a sort of mathematical contradiction. Quadruple A is better than Triple A, but at the same time, Triple A is better than Quadruple A. So mathematically speaking, that implies that Quadruple A equals Triple A. That's definitely a game that I've heard about a lot, Hermione. I should actually look into it a bit more as well. But yeah, that's cool if there's like a deluxe version like that, because I would assume it would have all the content available then. But you're right there too about that. You know, it's like, it's just ironic that someone who is the head of a company would use a term like that with investors on a game that is they spent 10 years on, that is only being completed because it was part of a deal with a government to get it released no matter what. You know, it's almost like a last-ditch effort to create some kind of like notoriety for Skull and Bones that is in the direction of making it sound like it's a better game than it actually is, kind of thing. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, who came back with a copy? I think I missed the message. Oh, Spectrum. Welcome back. Stan, yeah, you did a couple of runs of Stanley Parable, both the old one and the remake. Oh, cool. Is that why? Is that one of the reasons why your username has Stanley in it? Yeah, still running Credit Spectrum. There's some things that I wanted to showcase and go through, and then also some things that I'm looking out for as the credits go off. Hermione, yeah, the story behind Skull and Bones is crazy. It really, really is. You know, it's like, and the thing about calling that game Skull and Bones is it literally is the Skull and Bones of Black Flag. You know, they took Black Flag and they completely stripped it of everything that made that such a great experience playing as a pirate, and you get a game that goes through so many different like changes and stuff. But if Ubisoft were straight up and honest from the get-go and just said, look, fans of Black Flag, we're sorry, but this is a ship only combat. This is a ship combat only game. There's no actual combat on land. If they were honest and upfront, then the people who are expecting more would have been able to know ahead of time, not to worry about expecting that anymore, because it's not going to be in it, you know. But they constantly kept on showing gameplay of characters walking around on land, which creates a situation where it makes people think certain things, which is all well and good if you want to create speculation, but there comes a point where that can actually end up hurting your product. Stan, yes, from the game. Glorified Kenway's fleet. Also, your voice is a bit overpowered by the music. Ah, gotcha, Stan. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I'll wait till we've done before responding to more comments, just so my voice comes out more. Digital sales, physical sales, sales planning and operations, accounting, finance, pricing, partner and market analytics. Marketing, analytics, and operation. CSR compliance. Canada teams. APAC teams. Oh, whoa. That's that suit that you can get or something. It is, Barnes. That is true. It is over. Yep, got through on the first attempt. Full Synchronization Challenge. Congratulations, you have completed the Full Synchronization Challenge. Details, difficulty, apprentice, time played, 18 hours, 51 minutes, 58 seconds, hidden ones rank master. You killed 282 enemies, conflicts generated 274. There we go. So in the future at some point, I don't know when, could be a year or 5 from now, I'll do this again, but on a different difficulty. Thanks for the GGs, Hermione. Thank you very much. And thank you, Barnes, for the congratulations. Thank you very much for that. So the reward you get on easy is this. And there we go. I can't save at the moment, of course. Why would I be able to save? Oh, that's right, because, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I made a save for posterity, but it doesn't let you actually manually save, but it does auto-save. I just have to make sure that... but auto-saves get overwritten. Good one, Ubisoft. It won't let me save manually at the moment anyway. I wonder if it will let me at all, because auto-saves get saved over whenever you start a new game. I guess I won't be able to keep a save file for this playthrough for posterity. Hermione, how do I feel now, Rod? I feel satisfied. That was good. Playing it on easy, it definitely didn't make it like too terrible. However, having said that, the problem with playing on easy mode is you can easily fall into a situation where you don't really focus and concentrate, and you start to make reckless decisions because you think, oh yeah, it's on easy. So I still made sure to not fall into that trap, even though I was playing on easy mode. Wanted to keep my eye on the health, and also keep an eye on where I was jumping from and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it feels good to have done it. Thanks for the GG, Schiller. Thank you very much. Thanks for the congrats, Spectrum. Really appreciate that. Yeah, the game won't let me save manually, which means I'll lose the save file. Like, I understand why, but at the same time, if it creates an auto-save, then what's the difference in manually saving versus auto-saving in terms of, like, the challenge? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't stop auto-saves from happening, but you can't manually save. Doesn't make sense. Because I really wanted to have this as like a, this is my playthrough from, last year for my annual. And then this is my playthrough for the, Permadeath mode, but they won't let me save manually, so therefore those auto-saves that are related to this playthrough will be overwritten in my next playthrough. Speaking of my next playthrough of this, it won't be until I'm doing my annual playthroughs of the series. Quit to title screen. So this being a Wednesday, next week, Wednesday will also be a Mass Effect 2 stream day. So as for this current week that we're in, Thursday and Friday will be Mass Effect 2. Next Monday, though, Mass Effect 2 will be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday until I finish it. Weekend is still the same, Red Dead Redemption 1, doing my annual playthrough. Someone that I haven't raided for a long time is Gizlek. He's playing a game called Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen, ahead of the release of Dragon's Dogma 2. So that's where we'll actually raid out to. But before I go though, I just want to give some shout outs. would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who is playing through Hitman World of Assassination. He's on Hitman 3. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He most recently finished a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Unity and the Dead Kings DLC, where he had no HUD and couldn't fast travel and had limited looks at the map. He's also doing a playthrough of Witcher 3 on the hardest mode. No fast travel with that, and also playing Geralt as an evil, greedy bastard. He's also a big fan of the Red Dead Redemption games, as well as many more. A great streamer with some really funny channel point redeems that are related to audio sound bites of various different kinds from different games. Highly recommend checking out Carbon. He does a bit of a mixed bag of streaming. He does, at the moment, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. He's also a fan of Pokemon, so streams those games as well. He's also streaming himself doing gaming development and programming as well. Also highly recommend checking out Hermione. They've been playing through the Talos Principle. Also highly recommend checking out Viper, who's been doing some Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Mr. Gote also highly recommend. They've been doing games like Mortal Kombat 11, as well as the Outlast games, the horror games by Supermassive, Until Dawn, their Dark Pictures series, and Quarry, and also games like Ghost Recon and Hunt Showdown. And also highly recommend checking out Shiverlock. They're playing through Resident Evil Village for their first time, most recently finished Resident Evil 7, and is also a big fan of Assassin's Creed, doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Unity to celebrate its 10th anniversary, and that is a 100% playthrough of that game. And he's also a fan of Dead by Daylight, as well as the Dark Pictures series of games by Supermassive. So highly recommend people check out all those streamers if you haven't before. We're going to go and raid Gizlek, who's playing Dragon's Dogma. There's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's one that has some free follower emotes attached to it. And I'm going to also put one in chat which has some subscriber emotes for subscribers to use as well. There we go. Boom. Alrighty then, so the next stream that you'll see from me will be will be Mass Effect 2. I had to think for a moment there. Will be Mass Effect 2, so if you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Thursday for me. Friday will be Mass Effect 2, the weekend will be Red Dead Redemption 1, and then Monday through to Friday next week will also be Mass Effect 2 as well. Thank you, Spectrum. I definitely will have a good evening. I hope that you have a good one too, as well. Hope everyone has a good one. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I really do appreciate it, and catch you next time. Thanks for the heads up, Stan. Oh. Thank you so much for the heads up. Alright, in that case, we'll go and raid Ginger Perks. So Ginger Perks is doing a playthrough of a game called Phobia Saint Dinfen Hotel. I've never actually seen that game before. I don't know what it actually is. But we'll raid Ginger Perks. Ginger Perks, hang on, I'll give a shout out to Gizlek, since we were going to go over to his channel, but now that he's ending, we'll go raid Ginger Perks. Gizlek was doing Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen. They also do Assassin's Creed playthroughs as well. Also a fan of the Yakuza games and other JRPGs as well. So highly recommend people check out Gizlek also. And Ginger Perks is streaming through a game that is Phobia Saint Dinfer Hotel. Ginger Perks is another Australian streamer, and she's also been doing Assassin's Creed playthroughs on and off for the past year or two. And I can't remember which one she was up to last. I think she played through Mirage, but I don't know if she's played through Unity and the games between that and Mirage or not. But yeah, Ginger Perks is playing those sorts of games. She's also a big fan of horror as well as RPGs. She's got a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough happening as well. And yeah, so I highly recommend Ginger Perks. Also, we'll go and raid her and see how she's doing with that game. Hey Mustang, welcome. I definitely will. I hope you do too. Thank you so much. Came in the editing. That's no worries. Sorry about the timing of that, Mustang. But I hope things have been going good though.